WENJ, WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Here we go. A Wednesday edition of a busy Sports Bash starts right now. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there, we are live a variety of ways to get us on 97.3 ESPN Radio, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel powered by BFA Sports. What's going on? We've got Eagles, Commanders to start to look ahead to. I know Jalen Hurts spoke earlier today. We've got NFL Week 3 starting tomorrow night. I want to get into some of the NFL stories that are starting to emerge through 2 weeks of the season. Geoff Kerr tonight on all the 2-0 and 0-2 teams. We'll talk about that with him tonight at 5:30 right here on the Sports Bash. We also will get into a little bit of the Phillies from last night. I want to start with that as the Phillies are yikes. I'll give you my thoughts on that coming up. It's a big show today, and I didn't forget about you guys out there. As always, we're giving you plenty of opportunities to score tickets to the Eagles and Commanders. If you want to go see the Eagles and Commanders in a club box, well, I just happen to have a pair, and I'm going to be giving them away to one lucky listener coming up on October the 28th. We'll be live at Garden State Beer Company, the Sports Bash, giving away a pair of tickets to see the Eagles and Commanders club box seats. Listen every hour for your cue to call right here on the Sports Bash. When I tell you to call, be caller number 7, and we'll hook somebody up with a pair of tickets on October 28th. So all of our qualifiers, you know how we do it. We have a big old happy hour Friday show on October 28th. We had 4 qualifiers yesterday. We'll do 4 more today right here on the Sports Bet. So I got to start with the Phillies last night. I mean, what an awful, awful game that was to watch. I do want to say this. I think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. All right? Am I going out on a limb saying that? Maybe. Maybe I am right now. I think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But I got to say, if the Phillies end up blowing this playoff push here, if they do not make the playoffs, this might be the worst collapse that they've had in my lifetime, generally. I wasn't around in 64. I wasn't around for that collapse. They're not generally involved in many playoff chases. They've had some blunders the last couple of years. That wonky 2020 season, they just had to win like 1 game in the final 3 to make a watered-down playoff field. But this one here, if they don't make the playoffs, this would be one of their worst September collapses, period, point blank. And I think if they don't make the playoffs, as good as a job that Rob Thompson has done, in terms of changing the culture, changing the mindset, getting this team in position to even be here. They were way out of the mix when they had Joe Girardi. And when they fired Girardi, nobody thought that Rob Thompson was going to come in here and put this team in position. This looked like a lost season under Joe Girardi. So if you don't like Rob Thompson, look, you at least have to acknowledge that the team has totally played much better baseball under Rob Thompson than it did Joe Girardi. Am I sitting here telling you that Rob Thompson is some mastermind X and O'er? Of course not. No baseball manager has that ability. He did what baseball managers are supposed to do. He changed the culture of a team that looked like it was disinterested in the season 45 games in. And Rob Thompson came in, injected enough life into this team to put them in position to be where they are right now. So Rob Thompson deserves a big, a lot of credit for where this team is right now. But if they don't make the playoffs, you have to strongly consider saying, Rob, you did a great job. It was a wild ride, but we probably are going to have to move on because we can't let happen again what is continuing to happen, which is we're in contention in September and we keep falling short. And I know you've never managed before. I know you didn't ask for this. You had this job. You had this team in a position to run away with this playoff berth, and you didn't get it done. And we cannot continue to have that mindset here. We've got to change that mindset. The Phillies end up blowing this playoff opportunity that's here in front of them. They have to consider that. And I'm not blaming Rob Thompson. To blame Rob Thompson for what is going on right now is certainly short-sighted. This team is currently, as we mentioned many times, they are leaking oil. The injuries have piled up on this team. The lack of depth on this roster at times has caught up to this team where you have to play what the hell the guy's name is, Guthrie, playing at times. Then Marsh gets hurt again last night. He had to leave the game. The injuries that this team has sustained and somehow piled through is admirable. But quite frankly, they have to get in the playoffs with this crew. They have to. If they don't, somebody asked a question yesterday. I didn't get to it on the text board. But if they don't make the playoffs, what do? How do you upgrade? You can't keep spending more money, right? You're going to keep spending more money and more money and more money and more money? Of course not. They're out of spending money. I mean, you spent to the tippy tops here. You've gone to the ceiling of your spending. At some point, you have to get contributions from your young players. At some point, you have to get contributions from your own organization. And they're starting to. Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm, hopefully Andrew Painter, Mick Abel. You hope that those guys are ready to help out. But, man, this is an opportunity right here. And I'm not saying you got to win the World Series this year, but you got to get over that playoff hump. Now, I said I think the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. Why do I think that way? Well, the Brewers lost last night to the Mets. All right? So let's keep in perspective. Just because you're losing, you don't exist in a vacuum. Other things happen around you. And while it's disappointing that you're losing and not taking care of business, the Phillies do have a 2.5-game lead with 15 games left to play. They also own the tiebreaker over the Brewers. So they essentially almost have a 3.5-game lead here. So, and Todd Zalecki did the quick math for me. So the hat tip to him from Phillies.com. If the Phillies finish 7-8 over these 15 games, I'm not even giving them over 500. I'm just saying if they finish a game under 500, Milwaukee still needs to be 10-4. They've got 14 games left. You've actually got a game at hand on them. So the math is still clearly in the Phillies' favor here. If they just limp to the finish line. Now, nobody wants to limp to the finish line entering the playoffs. The hope would be, are the Phillies playing maybe their worst baseball at the worst time? Possible, or they're playing better teams, and that's a problem for them. I think it's a mix of everything right here. They're playing better teams. They're struggling. The injuries have really beat this team up here. They've persevered through losing Bryce Harper. They've persevered through losing Sir Anthony Dominguez. They've persevered through losing Zach Wheeler. They're persevered through losing Nick Castellanos. But at some point, all of that persevering and asking guys to do more, you're starting to have some issues. Think about it. If you're at work and you're short-staffed and your boss keeps saying, I need you to do more, I need you to do more, I need you to do more, that might work for a week, a month, 6 months. But if he keeps asking you to do more the whole year, eventually you're either going to come to your wit's end or you're going to run out of gas. Hey, man, I need you to do more this weekend. So-and-so, we had to let them go. Well, that's not my fault you had to let them go. Well, guess what? You want to still work here? I need you to do more. Well, that's what's going on with the Phillies right now. Hey, man, Matt Vierling, I need you to do more. Well, I'm only supposed to play part-time there, buddy. Well, I need you to do more. Well, guess what? I'll work my ass off, but if you keep asking me to do more, eventually I'm going to run out of gas. And I think the Phillies have asked their labor to do more a little bit too much right now. Matt Vierling shouldn't be playing nearly as much as he is. The Nick Matons of the world. You're asking these guys in a key moment of the season to give me more. And it's not working out. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That's the text board. How many people out there, how many people listening, watching our show today think the Phillies are done? How many people out there think the math is in their favor and that they'll make the playoffs? I mean, they play the Blue Jays again tonight. I can't sugarcoat this. Now, you got Wheeler back. They're going to throw Gossman, who's pretty good. I mean, he's just one of those solid guys, innings eater. Wheeler hasn't pitched in, 3 weeks? And now you're saying, hey, man, in the biggest game of the season right now, I mean, today, every game turns into the biggest game of the season. Right now is the biggest game of the season. Zach Wheeler, in the biggest game of the season, I need you to step up for me right here, right now, said Jesus Jones. It's a nice 90s reference there, isn't it?
Good job by you.
Thank you. I definitely say, if you lose tonight, now you're going into a 4-game set with the Braves. And what did I say on one of the shows I did last week? If I'm Atlanta, I don't want Philadelphia in the playoffs. So I'm making sure that I take care of that business myself. They already swept you for 3, and they get you for 4, and they could really put a knockout blow. They could really give you a big old uppercut if they sweep you. So we start with that. 609-403-0973. Geoff is watching on YouTube. Says, Mike, the Phillies were locked into a playoff spot last week in my mind. They will limp in and limp out after a wild card round, but at least they will end the 11-year drought. Geoff, you're right. If they make it, it looks like they'll be limping in. Now, who knows? They could lose tonight, split with the Braves, sweep the Cubs, sweep the Nationals, and lose 2 out of 3 to the Astros, and they're in, and you don't know what they're doing. Keep in mind, they play the Cubs and the Nationals coming up. Now, the Cubs have been kind of a feisty little team here recently. The Cubs have kind of, they swept the Mets, I think, a week ago. They beat DeGrom. They have played better baseball here the second half of the year. They're 5-5 in their last 10. But, right, the Brewers are the team right now. Like, the Brewers have 14 games left, and they're scheduled. They're playing the Mets right now, by the way. So we'll keep you up to date on they're 0-0. They just started that game. But they play the Mets today. They play a bad Reds team for 4. While you're playing – this is not good. While you're playing the Braves for 4, they're playing the Reds for 4. If they sweep the Reds – and you get swept, you're going to be looking up at them. Then they play the Cardinals. Then they play Miami. And then they play Arizona. I mean, they do not have a tough sled the rest of the way here. They play the Mets today. And you hate to say it, Phillies fans, you better be pulling for the Mets pretty hard today, right? If there's one team you don't like to pull for, it's the Mets. But I got news for you. You might want to pull for the Mets pretty hard today. 609-403-0973. 0973 is the text board. Mike, what do you mean? I thought Veerling was an important part of the team. He has a commercial that comes on 5 times a night during the Phillies broadcast. Not bad. He's got the best agent in baseball. Who the hell is his agent?
Whoever Veerling's agent is, he is the greatest agent to ever live, who's not Sam Bradford's agent.
Yeah, I mean, Sam Bradford is in the Hall of Fame of business. That's Andrew Brandt.
I actually listened to Andrew Brandt and Andrew Marchand on a podcast last night. How about that?
Was he their guest?
Yeah. Well, Brandt was Brandt's pod and Marchand was on.
Oh, Marchand was on Brandt's pod. Okay. Mike, come on. The Phillies are in a playoff push. They gave up 18 runs. This is comical to think they're making the playoffs.
Why is it comical?
I mean, you could give up 18 runs one night and the next day you throw a shutout. What the hell's the difference? People get so hung up on how many runs you gave up or lost by or.
What happened yesterday is not as important as what happens tonight. How they respond tonight is what's important. Because if they come out tonight and win 8-0, yesterday doesn't matter.
Yeah, of course.
I never understood the concept of this game defines the season. Like, no, it doesn't.
Yeah. Hey, this is Mike from the Villas. The manager's going to get fired if he doesn't have the guts to take that dead weight. Number one hitter, put him someplace in the lineup. You know who I'm talking about. There you go, pal. Have a nice day. Yeah, I've said for a while, Mike from the Villas, I am not a fan of Schwarber right now hitting leadoff. I don't say that I'm anti-Schwarber hitting leadoff altogether. I just think right now that maybe they need him in a spot in the middle of the order just to try to get him driving runs in. He had his 40th home run last night. I said I would hit Stott leadoff right now. This is on the listening on the mobile app over in Brigantine. Mike, this is on the players, not the manager. Brewers play Reds for 4 games this weekend. By Sunday, we will really know where they stand. I'm not saying it's on the manager. I'm not blaming the manager. To blame the manager is the laziest form of sports fandom, period. The manager is not the reason why this team is struggling right now. I'm not blaming the manager. What I said is you just have to try to show that this culture has to change. We're talking about culture in sports. Look at the Lions. We talked about that the culture's changing in Detroit. Are they going to make the playoffs? Probably not. But actually, they may. I don't know. I'm not going to rule them out. The Giants, probably not. But they have coaches now that the players want to play for. And I'm not saying the players don't want to play for Rob Thompson. But you can't have the message be that losing this lead is acceptable. If you have a chance with an interim manager to change the culture, you take the opportunity. It's not like he is the full-time manager. Now, if he was the full-time manager and this was their season and he was in his first year, I wouldn't say you fire him right off the bat. I would say, all right, they had a good year. They had some injuries. But you had a 4-game lead, and now you are falling apart against good baseball teams. And I'm not adverse to Rob Thompson coming back. I see all these people that Rob Thompson's the worst. I'm like, what do you want this guy to do? I mean, people act like if the move that you would have made would be the one that works. This team just isn't right now. They're beat up. I mean, come on. You watch this team and you're like, this lineup from like 5, sometimes, 5 down. I mean, the bottom of that lineup is brutal sometimes.
Someone made the comment to me last night that they're worried that if the Phillies keep Rob Thompson, that he'll be too much like Pete McCannon, and he'll be a guy that just like the players like him, but maybe don't play that hard for him.
You don't think they play hard for Thompson?
I'm just repeating what the person said to me, that they're concerned that Thompson might be too much of a nice guy.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't get the sense that this team is not playing hard for him or, that sentiment, but he might be a nice guy. I don't know. He seems like a nice guy.
Seems like a nice guy.
People will wonder why this guy hasn't been given a chance before to be a manager. I think you're seeing that all over baseball right now, is that the old boys club kept getting recycled over and over and over. You're seeing new guys get opportunities, like Brian Snideker, by the way. Nobody gave him a chance to manage, right? He was an older guy.
And he was a guy stuck in the minor leagues for a long time.
Right. So the whole, this guy never managed before. That's why. No, Brian Snideker waited his turn, and now might be the best manager in baseball for whatever the hell that means. What is the best manager in baseball?
I was just going
don't
to
know.
ask you that. How do we define that anymore? Like, the world is so different now. Like, back in the day, it was, well, Joe Torre's one of the best managers. Why? Because he's won multiple World Series.
Well,
Now
the
it's like-
fans still have this notion that the manager sits in his office, makes the lineup. It's his decision.
Mhm.
There's 9 guys sitting in a room putting the lineup out. They hand it to Rob Thompson and say, there's the lineup today.
Make it work.
Frank is watching on YouTube. Hi, Frank. How's it going? It's going well. Thank you for asking. He says, hey, Mike, I think the Phillies make the playoffs, and if they play the Cardinals, I think they have a decent chance to advance into the divisional round. You know, Frank, that's a good point. I don't care what the Phillies' record is when they get in. I don't care what place they finish in. I don't care how many wins they have. All I can say is the Cardinals won 85 games the year that they beat the Phillies when they won 102. Get in, play your best baseball at that time, and anybody can win. You know who won the World Series last year? The team that had the least amount of playoff wins out of all the playoff teams, the Atlanta Braves. Hey, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Dollar Dog Night tonight at the ballpark. How did that all happen? Because it wasn't supposed to be tonight. We got the inside story on how it may have gone down. Stick around. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Get your game on at the Gallery Bar Book and Games, Ocean Casino Resort. This football season, cheers your favorite drinks while cheering on your favorite team. Go to the Gallery and Ocean Casino Resort. Go for the win. For more information, visit theoceanac.com. You must be 21 or older to play. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Listen on the radio. And, of course, download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Seattle. Dollar Dog Night tonight. Stick around. We got a fun story coming up next.
The excitement of a big play.
Big moment. You got it.
And all the drama of sports.
That's a home run.
All in one place. 97.3 ESPN.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road. Restrictions apply. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Wireless headphones.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
ESPN.
All right, 227 Sports Bash. Somebody texted in, "Nice Guys Finish Last" for Rob Thompson. It's a good song. I don't mind that. It's a good pull by that guy. Nice Guys Finish Last. That was Green Day, a band I've never seen, by the way. There you go. I'm Mike Gill, Sports Bash till 6. Don't forget, we're giving away Eagles tickets this hour. Your chance to score them coming up at the back end of the hour. Plus, if you want to win the ZZ Top tickets, go to our website, 973ESPN.com. If you're watching the show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, there you go. Download the mobile app. You get the ZZ Top tickets, and I'll give away 5 pairs on Friday. We're entering people to win the Eagles Commanders tickets as well. Listen for your chance for that. Now, I want to get our next guest into the show, Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broadcast. Now, this is a very interesting conversation that we're going to have here. Now, how many people were at the ballpark last night, Kyle? Do you know?
I didn't look at the attendance numbers. I hope nobody went to the ballpark, so they were saving up for today.
Yeah, well, if it was my buddy texted me. So my buddy says, because I had something wrong with my car, he was going to come over and look at it. I said, yo, I'm home. He sends me a picture. This is my seats. He's at the game. I texted him this morning, what time did you get home last night? 2 a.m.? I mean, 18 to 10 last night. How many people stuck that one out? I don't know, but the attendance, we'll get into that. You are trying to get the attendance going tonight. Now, I want you to explain to everybody the genesis of this whole dollar dog crusade that you're on.
Yeah. So back in the day, Senator Bob Casey and me, I called the senator when the Phillies had only $2 dog nights on the schedule. Typically, if you look in the past, they have 3, 4 when they're really bad. I think sometimes 5 in the past as well. And, they had 2 scheduled. They were over in May. And, I said, you know what? That's not right. So people always say all the time, call your senators. So I called my senator. I called Senator Bob Casey. I talked to one of his aides. She threw it up the pipeline. Senator Casey quote tweeted me and said, hey, Kyle, we're going to look into this and we're going to get it on the board. And 7 hours later, Phillies released a statement, and now we're here September 21st.
So this got legislation that you need to have another dollar dog night. Is this how this went?
We can't say legislation because either they get fined or you're going to have people up the wazoo from both sides of the aisle on you.
Now you said that they generally have multiple, like they would have like one a month, right? Or how did they generally space these out?
They had 3 to 4 last year. And if you look back historically, when they're good, they don't have as much. When they're bad, they have more. Obviously, for attendance reasons, it's the best promotion, I think, in the city of Philadelphia, or I know. Yeah.
How many hot dogs would get consumed? Do you have any info on that?
Well, we're trying to break a record. The record is 77,285.
77,285. That's the amount of hot dogs consumed in the best dollar dog day?
Of course. 2019 that happened. So
wow.
Not even that good of a team, right? If I remember correctly.
No, well, I mean, all these teams have been like just good enough, right?
That's
but
true.
The attendance has not really displayed that. We can get into that because I know the last time when I did Crossing Broadcast, we talked about the atmosphere at the ballpark, and they only got 5 home games left. I don't know that the atmosphere is going to change all that much, but tonight's dollar dog night. And so, Kyle, you want people to get out there to break the dollar dog consumption record.
Yes. We got to break 77,285.
Do you feel like in the future, if this is broken tonight, that this will lend to more dollar dog nights in the future? What is the I saw like you doing like a Rocky video running with a hot dog in your face. Like what is the excitement of having the dollar dog night record broken for you?
There's not really any excitement. I think it's more just anguish that the Phillies never reached out to me to like launch dogs with the Philly Fanatic. Like it's kind of just like, and it makes no sense. So people are going to out there listening to you right now saying, so you just put more money in their pockets? And yeah, you're exactly right. I did. But you know what? If we do break this record, they can no longer deny me.
So the possibility of getting the dollar dog night back on the schedule next year would be satisfaction for you.
So Mike, the Astros have one every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday.
The Rangers had 13. The Pirates had one every Thursday or Tuesday, I want to believe as well. The Houston Astros are actually good. And for them to do one every single Tuesday, every week for the whole season, like I'm asking for like one a month.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, you get to the point now, the Phillies aren't drawing flies. I mean, they're saying 21,000 there last night. They
Really?
just were in Atlanta, who had 42, 42, and 42. They look like they're excited about playoff baseball. Now, I know people are a little concerned about this team if they're going to make the playoffs or not, but having 21,000 allegedly there isn't helping the cause of them trying to get in.
No. And to be honest with you, I'm hoping for 25 to 30. And I know that's asking a lot. I think more on the 25, 24, if we can get it. I did talk to one of the ticket reps today. She said that the demand was there. So
wow.
Fingers crossed that
due to the dollar dog night.
Yeah. I mean, college kids are back at Temple, LaSalle, Penn, Drexel. So they usually draw.
All right. Well, I hope, because 21,000 allegedly is not great. They need to do better. This is ridiculous. Now, you have a theory as to, I don't know a theory, but you have discussed the atmosphere at Citizens Bank Park as to why maybe the attendance is not great.
Yeah, it's not the most fun ballpark to go to. It's kind of the same as it was in 2004 when it opened, in 2008 when they went on their run and everything. I think it's more kid friendly, which I think that's perfectly fine. MLB wants to market to children, to the next generation and whatnot. But I mean, you remember those days back in 2008, 2009 when they started that sellout streak. It was fun for guys like me who were in college, take the train down from Lansdale, the R5, get on the Fern Rock, get on the subway, hang out with your buddies and everything, buy standing room only tickets, and just have a good time at the ballpark. I mean, you could say the product hasn't been what it has been when it was there in the last 11 years. That's fair and whatnot. But I also think it doesn't cater well to college kids, to adults, to really anything else outside of a dollar dog night, really.
Right. Thirsty Thursday. Should they bring that in to the menu?
That could be going too far back to 2008. I remember those are a lot of drunk nights back in the day.
Right. All of a sudden, you know what I say? Like, you know, how many people met their significant other walking aimlessly, probably not knowing, their alphabet too well, bumping into somebody in Ashburn Alley? Like, is that a thing anymore? It's like, you should just say, hey, we're not even going to get seats. Just meet in Ashburn Alley and hang out there.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of gone.
$15 standing room only tickets, I remember.
What is they do have a plethora of places to eat and do stuff at that ballpark now, though. When it first opened.
Like do stuff, but places
no, I'm
to
talking
eat.
about when you walk around there, they have food, drink, something like in every eyesight. Like you can consume something in that place every ball. Now, I don't know if that's good or bad for the atmosphere of the building because there's just so much to do.
Yeah, I don't know either. Honestly, like I had the Sunday package this year. Made it to most of the games and stuff, but stayed 9 innings. I could probably count on one hand, maybe 2 out of 14 games that I stayed the whole 9 innings. And that's a product of baseball too. I mean, my seats, the sun beating down on me and everything, blah, blah, blah. I could go over to Xfinity Live, you go to the casino and whatnot. I live in Philadelphia, so it's easy. But yeah, man, I think it's kind of a baseball thing too. And like you said, when we touched on in the beginning, like I think this team or these fans are still trying to believe in this team. And we were really hoping that September they would. And now they've kind of gone the opposite way on a 5-game losing streak.
Leaking oil, man.
Killing all momentum for the hot dog night.
Oh, man. So tonight's Dollar Dog Night. So if you're listening right now and you're driving around and you're like, hey, Dollar Dog Night, you know what? I'm going to drive up. Why don't we break a record?
Yeah.
77,285 hot dogs is the most. Who gave you that number?
Bruce from the Phillies.
They have that statistic.
Shout out, Bruce.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like the digging. Hey, Bruce, can I get the most hot dogs consumed?
Yep. Yeah. That was, I mean, when they weren't going to let me throw out the first pitch or ride the hot dog cart, I had to find something else to do, right?
Well, like if this was the Sixers, they probably would let you get on the court and do the hot dog shooter.
All right, because the Sixers can lean into this kind of stuff. They have really good marketing, really good PR people. They remember the process.
My point is that there is they're open to that kind of stuff. We got to loosen the Phillies. They got to take the tie down a little bit.
You're 100% right. I mean, they remember the process era, and they did a great job during the process era. Like, think of a lot of those people that were working there at the process era are still there, and have been promoted because they were so good in finding different ways to sell tickets. Yeah, man, the Phillies just haven't leaned in, haven't done anything, haven't even contacted me. I mean, I know they saw it. People have crushed them on social media about it. We've written on Crossing Broad about it. I mean, we were like a small publication. I'd be like, yeah, maybe they haven't seen it, but I mean, TikToks have been made about me. I don't know how much you know about TikTok, but that's an insane platform.
Oh, listen, I've seen it, man. I saw you doing the Rocky skit and coming out of the porta potty, and you got the hot dog dangling in front of your face. Check out that on Kyle's Twitter handle there. You can check that out at Kyle Pagan CB if you want to see his kind of crescendo leading up to the final dollar dog night. I like the fact that the team's in a pennant race and the dollar dog night is now usurped that because they're playing so poorly.
Yeah, I know, right? And it's funny how it works out.
Now, let me ask you this. As I let you go here, are you going to the game?
Oh, yeah. I've already bought my tickets. I got family.
Sure. You are trying to get people to go to break the record. I want to make sure you're going.
Could you imagine that? If I was like, I'm going to sit this one out, but hey, guys, hope we break it down there. No, Mike, I'm actually buying 100 dogs for people, so I'll be throwing them out.
Nice. Good job. That's smart out of you. You going to have a sign?
You know what? I should have made T-shirts. I should have had a sign. I'll whip something up. I think I'm heading out here in about 2 hours. We're going to man on the street it down there if anyone wants to come up and say hi.
Yeah. Right? Man on the street. Get a good little Northeasterner.
Oh,
Find us a South Jersey guy. No one ever gets the South Jersey fan.
So the funny thing is I had South Jersey guys in that Eagles video, but I cut them out. They weren't good enough. They got to get better. They got to get, they got to come correct.
He's calling you out, people. He's calling you out down there in Wildwood. Right? Seisel,
Washington Township. I know those guys are animals.
All right, Kyle. Good luck. We want to 77-285. I want the stats tomorrow.
All right. I'll let you know. Mike, thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, man. That was fun. All right. Kyle Pagan, Crossing Broad. Crossing Broadcast is on their YouTube channel. You can check that out. And I'm sure tomorrow they're going to be talking a lot. I like the Dollar Dog Crusade. It's close to my heart, that kind of stuff. Thanks, Kyle. Now, the product on the field, we're going to get into that with Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Don't forget, coming up later tonight, little cup of Joe Valerio. He has an interesting take on what he saw from Jalen Hurts. We check that out tonight at 5 o'clock when we talk to former NFL offensive lineman Joe Valerio here on the Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. This is 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, Eagles, Commanders, we got those. Going to qualify someone for those tickets coming up a little bit later on in the show or a little bit later on in this hour. Stick around for that. We've got the ZZ Top tickets on our website, 973ESPN.com. Thanks to our friends at Ocean Casino Resort. I'll give away 5 pairs of ZZ Top tickets on Friday. And this I can tell you, a lot of people have already entered the ZZ Top tickets. I'm telling you, I was shocked at how many people went right to the website yesterday and downloaded the mobile app to enter for the ZZ Top tickets. With ZZ Top, baby, you don't know how many more times to go play. Ocean Casino Resort, Ovation Hall. Get to the web. All right, coming up, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City right here on the Sports Bash.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number 1 for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
It's a crime to pay more than a dime.
Every vehicle, one dime down.
At the all-new Springfield Mitsubishi, Atlantic City. SpringfieldMitsu.com.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
O'Reilly. Improve fuel mileage with Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner at O'Reilly Auto Parts. A clean fuel system can increase your vehicle's performance and gas mileage. Get Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner starting at $9.99 and earn 10 times O Rewards points on your purchase. Get the most out of every gallon. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop O'ReillyAuto.com today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be myrkchevy.com, myrkkia.com, and myrksubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City going to join me in just a second. That was Kyle Pagan from Crossing Broad. Now he's going to try to set the hot dog dollar dog night record. 77,285 is the amount of hot dogs consumed in $1 dog night. That's the record at Citizens Bank Park. I guess my question for Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, will there be enough people in the ballpark tonight to consume enough dogs to break that record?
I think you're going to have about 20,000 people there. So what's that? Like 3.5 dogs per person, basically. I mean, that's the average. So I would suggest that people go into the game, skip lunch today, basically.
You think you're getting 20 grand after last night? I mean, he kept the people there a long time.
Well, dollar dog night probably is worth a good 4 or 5. So maybe you would have had, 15, 16. Maybe the dollar dog will bring in an extra 4 or 5 basically for you. I do know they do put a counter on the scoreboard in left field, so you will be able to follow your hot dog consumption and know whether you need to pick up the pace or not as the game wears on.
Well, the record is 77,285 set in a game in 2019, according to the Phillies. All right. So that's the number. Last night, Mike, 18-11. And we talked about it all week. Is this team starting to run out of gas? When you're watching a game that you lose 18-11, what kind of is your overview of why that occurs at this stage of the season?
Well, I just think they're in a funk right now, much like they were early in the season. And it seems like when they pitch well, which they did in Atlanta, they don't hit. And they didn't hit in Atlanta. And last night they hit, but they didn't pitch well. And when that starts happening, that's how you get on 5-game losing streaks, basically. I also think the quality of the teams they're playing has something to do with it. I said to someone last night in the press box, it just seems like every time an American League East team plays a team from the National League East, the team from the American League East just sort of takes them to the woodshed. And you had Toronto score 18 runs last night. And tonight you've got, a wait-and-see pitching matchup at best because you've got Zach Wheeler going out there to throw probably 2 innings in his comeback, and then you've got Noah Syndergaard probably piggybacking behind him. And I don't like Syndergaard's chances against the Toronto Blue Jays lineup.
No, and I don't know that I love Wheeler. Last time he pitched against Toronto, he didn't have it, but you got to get him out there. You got to start getting him into the rotation, but he had no minor league rehab assignment. They're just throwing him back, and I guess you're sounding as if there's going to be some sort of pitch count on him.
Yeah, they said they wouldn't describe exactly or specify exactly what the limit will be, but it will be either innings or pitching limit, probably a little of both. I wouldn't expect Wheeler to throw any more than 2 innings tonight and have Syndergaard come in behind him. You're exactly right. I mean, if they are to do anything in the postseason, they will need Zach Wheeler. And their pitching is at a point now where they probably, if you're going to have Zach Wheeler pitch 2 innings, you probably need him to pitch 2 innings in the big leagues rather than 2 innings at AAA in a rehab assignment. So obviously Zach Wheeler, a big part of what they hope to accomplish going forward. We'll see how he does tonight. It's important to remember, Mike, though, as bleak as things are right now, the math is still in the Phillies' favor. They begin today 2.5 games up on the Brewers. It's really 3.5 because the Phillies have that tiebreaker. There's about 14 games left. It would take an utter and complete collapse of epic proportions for the Phillies to blow this. Having said that, who knows?
Well, when you say an utter and complete collapse, I mean, they have 15 games left. They're 2.5 up and really 3.5 because they have the tiebreaker. But you've got 4 with Atlanta at the same time Milwaukee's got 4 with the Braves. If this goes the way the last week has gone, we might see a flip-flop in the standings.
Yeah, you could, and that's what I mean by an utter collapse. I mean, if the Phillies muddle through here 6-9 or 7-8, they're going to get in the playoffs. But if they go 2-13 or 1-14, then you're going to have trouble. The other thing that Phillies fans should do, and I wrote this today, is I thought the Phillies and their fans should break out in the chorus of Meet the Mets because the Mets saved their bacon last night.
Well, they need them right now. They need them right now, Mike. They're playing in progress. It's 0-0 in the third. So we need a little Meet the Mets right now.
Right, exactly. And last night, if they had lost that game, if the Mets didn't come back and beat the Brewers on Lindor's grand slam, that leads down to a 1.5 games. And then you really start the tightening around the neck and stuff like that. So.
We got a message. Somebody's watching on the YouTube channel. Says, I was at the game last night. It seemed like they never cared about winning the game. Gibson was in way too long. The amount of defense mistakes is ridiculous. Did you get a sense around the team that they're starting to feel a little bit of the pressure?
No, they are, as they've been all season, kind of, saying, put this one behind us, come in the next day. We're resilient. We know the type of guys we have in this clubhouse.
Yeah, but you've walked into locker rooms before when you can feel a difference, right?
Yeah, I still think they have confidence in their ability to get the job done. I think last night was a case of, you have Kyle Gibson in there, and he's getting shelled, right? So now the manager's in a kind of a tough spot. Does he burn through the bullpen last night when he knows he's got a game today with Wheeler and Syndergaard throwing that he might have to burn through the building today? So it's almost like it had to ask Gibson to take one for the team. The defensive miscues have been there all season long when they've lost. And they did hit the ball and make 2 rallies. I mean, one when they were down 7-0, they came back to be 7-5. Mm-hmm. And then they rallied again after, Toronto added on to their lead. Schwarber hits his 40th home run of the season. So, one thing, you can criticize the Phillies for the pitching. You can criticize them for the defensive play. But, you can't criticize them for their resiliency or their desire to win. They show it on an every basis. They're not a team that lays down at all.
Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. You got a big one, Giants-Cowboys in the NFC East this weekend. On a scale of 1 to 10, how significant is this rivalry matchup in Week 3?
Well, on a scale of 1 to 10, from both teams' perspective, I think it's above there in an 8, 9, or 10 range. I mean, if the Giants were to get to 3-0, it's tremendous. And I don't think Dallas wants to be 1-2, right? If Dallas can be 2-1 with the idea that they're going to get Dak Prescott back pretty soon, it's a huge turning point game in both team seasons right now. That I think, the Giants. I look at the Giants again, talking to people in and around the Giants and about the Giants. Cautious optimism there. The quarterback has not excited anybody. They've almost won in spite of the quarterback. So even though they're 2-0, it's not like the people in New York are saying, "Boy, the quarterback has showed us something," and there's there's plenty of glory days ahead. It's almost like, yeah, the Giants are 2-0, but they won in spite of the quarterback and not because of the quarterback.
Mike, Ben Simmons is going to be on the J.J. Redick podcast that drops tomorrow. Do you have any interest?
Yeah, I do have interest. I have a genuine curiosity about Ben Simmons. I just wonder, what is he thinking about? How did he sit out a year? Does he even want to play basketball? What does he think of his foul shooting problems? Is he afraid to go to the foul line in the fourth quarter? I mean, if J.J. Redick, quote unquote, asks the tough questions, I'm interested in hearing.
Do you think you're going to get that?
Ben
Do
Simmons.
you think it will be fluff, or do you think that something will come from this conversation? Because Redick did play with them, and he might have some thoughts. He might have some questions himself.
Yeah, I mean, Redick's tough with the Mad Dog on ESPN's First Take, right? So let's see him be tough with Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Calling Bob Cousy a mechanic or something out there. Yeah, I think he'll get some news out of it. And you know what, Mike? I think in a way, what you just said, Redick is a former teammate. I think Ben Simmons might be more likely to confide in J.J. Redick or tell J.J. Redick more than he would an average interviewer, because A, J.J. Redick was a teammate, and B, he was an NBA player, and he could sort of identify maybe with what Simmons has gone through. So I think, you would have a better shot of maybe getting something out of Simmons than if it was Simmons talking to, a quote-unquote regular media guy.
Mike McGarry, Press of Atlantic City. He's on his way to the Phillies and the Blue Jays. Check it all out at tomorrow's Press of Atlantic City. Mike, thanks so much, bud.
Okay, we'll see you down the road.
Mike's back on Friday for the weekend preview. That's all right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, I need caller number 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 7. You are entered in for a chance to win Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. Caller 7. Good luck.
Wake up with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
They've got a cakewalk, and even after the bye, they got the Commanders, the Jaguars, the Cardinals, Cowboys, the bye, the Steelers, and the Texans. Their schedule is set up for them to have the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Listen weekday mornings at 6 on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
Go to get your...
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
That can't compute in your kitchen drawer? Recycle it at Staples. A shredder that won't shred under your bed, or a collection.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles. WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
301 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Congratulations to our qualifier, Sean in Ocean City. Sean has a chance to win Eagles Commanders Monday Night Football Club box seats. And if you want to qualify, listen this hour on the Sports Bash. I'll give you another shot coming up here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. John McMullen, of course, you've watched him on Birds 365 weekday mornings at 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel, and he joins me right now on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN as the Eagles kind of turn their attention, John, to the Commanders. We'll get into that, and obviously one final look back to the other night. You guys, this morning we had a good discussion about who you give the most credit to. I said John Gannon. I think you said that you kind of agree with me. And I guess the theme moving forward here, does John Gannon know that he is getting some praise? Like, is he feeling like, hey, people took notice of what I did?
I don't think so. We didn't. It's a little bit of a different week. Typically, we get to talk to the coordinators on Tuesday, but it was a Monday night game, so we're not going to get to talk to Jonathan Gannon until tomorrow. Did talk to Nick Sirianni, and he was asked about all the angst about JG, and he said he doesn't listen to it. And I talk to him all the time, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't listen to it. So I think he's pretty focused on his job. But I did ask Fletcher Cox. I said, a lot of the fans think you did things a lot differently, and he was emphatic, saying, nope. Nothing different whatsoever. We just played better. And from that perspective, you and I kind of talked, whether it was on my show, your show, probably both. If you're successful on first down, that lets you be more aggressive on second down. If you're successful on first and second, you can get really aggressive on third down. And that's the difference. It's the same defense. which I'm trying to tell people, but it looks aggressive when you execute and you get to those high leverage situations where you can afford to take chances because the quarterback is facing second or third and long.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's an interesting point is does John Gannon get to a point where he feels more comfortable to put more pressure on? I'm not saying he has to, I'm not that guy. You know that. I'm not blitz. But hey, it was nice to see that he picked his spots. And is that a comfort thing or is that more of a philosophy?
No, his philosophy, like most defensive coordinators, Jim Schwartz was the same way, would prefer to get home with 4 at all times. And as many people as you have in coverage as possible, especially in the modern game, is the best case scenario. However, when you get to high leverage situations, and it's, as I said, if it's 3rd and 9, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, a lot of 3rd and longs from Minnesota the other night. That's where you're going to blitz. That's where you're going to bring it. And if you're 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, you can blitz, but it's not going to work. I mean, that's easy for veteran quarterbacks. Then you kind of ascertain where the blitz is coming from. You throw right behind it. You only need 2-3 yards. It's pretty easy for them. That's why coordinators don't do it.
Yeah.
And that is the big difference. The Eagles were successful on early downs, and that allowed them to be more aggressive. And the thought process behind that is they got to get the football out of their hands, best case scenario, and then you can rally up and tackle. Worst case scenario is what happened with Kirk Cousins. He's just throwing the ball up for grabs because he was rattled.
He was certainly rattled. He had a couple of those, and it leads me right into the guy I wanted to ask you about was Darius Slay. And, he was the defensive player of the week in the NFC. He played maybe the best game that we've ever seen a corner play. I mean, he was all over the place. And I guess I ask you, why was it? Why was he as efficient as he was? Why was he impactful as he was? Did they do anything different with him?
Well, a little bit in the fact, but I think it had more to do with the other side. I think it had more to do with Justin Jefferson, who that was the goal, to try to make sure that he didn't beat the Eagles, and they did a tremendous job. I think a lot of people think they just traveled Slay. They did a number of different things, but Slay was normally on him when he was outside, but the Vikings moved him all over. So a lot of times he was in the slot. They went with different defenses. They even lined him up in the backfield a couple times a game. And obviously Slay wasn't on him from that perspective. I think that had more to do with Cousins. It normally, you go somewhere else when a team is trying to take a player of that ilk away, and it helps other players get open. For whatever reason, he was forcing the football. When you get behind, and this is what I'm waiting to see with the Eagles. I know everybody's very excited. I want to see them play from behind. I want to see how they handle it. Everything's more difficult when you're playing from behind. The Eagles have, in 2 games, they had a 17-point lead in Detroit and kind of held on, but they were playing from the lead. And obviously they got out early in this game and never lost the lead or never even got threatened, to be honest. And it was a poor job by a veteran quarterback from the other side. You got to go to other, and he's got other options. Now you could say Irv Smith dropped the ball. So there are times and maybe lost confidence. I don't think they went to Thielen until the second half. It was strange. It was strange for a quarterback that's played that much to play that poorly.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously the Eagles had something to do with that. They got some good pressure. And as we kind of discussed on your show this morning, every week presents a different challenge. The Eagles got pressure up the middle because that's the weak spot of the Minnesota Vikings. So as we kind of forward to this week, where would the Eagles be successful against Washington?
Well, this week it might be a very similar, but because Washington lost its center, Chase Roullier, who's a very good center, they lost him to an injury. Washington had to place him on injured reserve. They signed Nick Martin, Zach Martin's brother, longtime starter in Houston, but that's really quick to get him up to speed. So they might have an opportunity to do some of the same things, but if Chase was there, that would be a perfect example. You can't do that. He's probably a top 10 center in this league. So, the fact that he's injured, Eagles might go back to the same card because of that injury.
Yeah, you look at because I remember last week when we talked, we said if we're talking on any day this week about not getting enough pressure up the middle, then you have to question, what kind of effectiveness Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave are bringing to the table. I guess those questions, were they answered? Were they sufficiently answered to say, okay, Fletcher still has some gas left in the tank?
Yeah, well, I think it's a very positive development because that's a player they should have been able to outplay, and they did outplay. So that's a very – your concern is if they played poorly against that kind of player, then you start to say, uh-oh, what's going on here? But they both played well. They both took advantage of the situation, and that lends you to believe there's gas left in the tank. And it'll be a week-to-week thing. They'll have another opportunity because of the injury this week. Down the road, they might not have that opportunity, and you got to go to another well, so to speak.
Hey, I want to get your, not so much on the game Hurts played, although that might impact some of the answer here, but has the ceiling changed? I don't know. Is that the right way to put it? Is the outlook for Hurts in your mind changed based on what we saw Monday night? Like, has the ceiling been pushed higher? Do you look at him differently? Are teams looking at him differently? Do the Eagles look at him differently? What did that one performance do for him?
It's interesting. Nick was asked that question. He said he doesn't know what his ceiling is. A lot of people, I mean, for me personally, it showed me something. I didn't know if he was capable of that type of passing game. I knew he could make plays. I've seen him make plays at a high level. Generally does it in a non-traditional fashion. This was just standing in the pocket, throwing the football. And you have to wait and see because the difference between the really good quarterbacks in this league, because everybody's good. I mean, if you're an NFL quarterback, you're good. And you can hurt teams if
does that include Clayton Thorson?
Yeah, it does. If you have everything in optimum working order around you, and nobody ever does.
Yeah.
So that's the trick. The trick is there's going to be some weeks where, for whatever reason, maybe it's the offensive line doesn't play as well as they should, or the backs don't, or the receivers don't. And the thing that sets the Peyton Mannings apart, the Tom Brady's apart, are the consistency from week to week. So that's what you want to see. I don't know if we've seen that from Jalen Hurts yet, and he's going to have an opportunity. This is a pretty easy schedule, and it seems to get easier and easier with injuries. You think about Chase Young, we talked about before, wasn't going to be available for this game. Now you talk they lose their starting center. In Dallas, Dak Prescott, who knows when he's going to be back. Jerry Jones seems to be pushing it, but there's no way he's going to be 100%. So you start to look at DeAndre Hopkins not going to be in Arizona. Everything's falling the Eagles' way, at least early in the season. So he's going to have an opportunity to play well. What you don't want to see is coming off that game Monday night is a stinker. Think Giants last year. That's a team the Eagles should have beat. And Jalen played very poorly. Now, he still brought him back, and they had a chance to win if Jalen Reagor could catch the football. Carolina was also a game like that. Really, really poorly, and all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, he made a play or two, and he was able to get him over the hump. But I want to see consistency from week to week, and I want to see him eliminate those stinkers throwing the football.
Yeah, no, I think that's the thing is, okay, we saw the best you can play. I'm not asking you to get there, but can you approach that week to week? In other words, not have 3, 4, 5 games where you are not part of the reason why your team's having success. John McMullen, Birds 365. Let me ask you, I know in 2 games it's hard to answer this question, but if the Eagles were to say what their identity is offensively, what are they?
I think we've seen it. They're an RPO team. They're an RPO-driven team. I came to the conclusion after the Detroit game. I said, everybody says, are they run first or they pass first? They're Jalen Hurts first, and he is a unique player. So, he can run the ball. He can do things with his legs that make it very difficult.
Well,
that's
an interesting dynamic, though, John. You said they're a Jalen Hurts first, and I guess the question for the people out there would be: is that good enough to be a Super Bowl team?
Well, yeah.
If you're a Jalen Hurts first offense, if that's what your identity is that a Super Bowl contending team? I think that's
it wasn't last year, but this is a new season, and people do evolve. I always talk about it. Player development is real. One of the things I used to criticize the Sixers on with you, it was like, all right, they drafted a good player, they drafted a bad player. You got to develop players. Same thing in football. You have to develop players. You don't just draft a good player. You don't just draft a bad player. Everybody's got a wide range of sort of results where they can, depending on how you develop that particular player. So he's got to get better through 2 weeks. I will say there's an opportunity here. If you think about the perceived contenders in the NFC, you don't look at anybody and say, wow, that team's head and shoulders above everybody else. You're always going to default to Tom Brady until Father Time stops hitting the snooze button. You're always going to default to Aaron Rodgers. You're always going to default to the reigning Super Bowl champions. But those teams don't look like world beaters. So there's an opportunity. I will say this. The window is open. Before the season, I didn't think the window was open. Now I think it's open. And the Eagles have to take advantage of, and really it's one season, because after this season, they have to talk extension with Jalen Hurts. And all of a sudden, $1 million becomes, best case scenario, $35 million. And when that happens, and the best example of this is Seattle, it becomes more difficult to build the roster. So we always thought, this is a very, very talented roster. When they have to pay the quarterback, whether it's Jalen Hurts or anybody else, all of a sudden it becomes much more difficult to build the same kind of roster.
Yep, that's why this year is pretty important, right? They got a window right now. You gotta crack that window, push it as high up as you can, because as you said, you got to start making decisions. And if the quarterback plays like he did, not like he did, but consistently enough to approach that, you're gonna have a big check to write.
Yeah, exactly. And you can frame it because they'll probably have next year as well, because you can structure the contract even with an extension to put off the big money till the following years. But it's a very small window, and it's not like Seattle wasn't good after they had to pay Russell Wilson. They weren't as good, and it just becomes more difficult to build up around the quarterback.
John, we talked about this yesterday. I want to ask you, is it fair to say that Philadelphia may not be an underdog the rest of the year?
I mean, it's possible. We were looking at the schedule. I don't think it's likely. I mean, right off the bat, look, if Arizona, what is that, week 5? So if they're 2-2, I still think they're favored in that game. Might be by 1 point, even if the Eagles go 4-0. Now, maybe if they wax Washington like they did Minnesota and do the same to Jacksonville, maybe that changes. In other words, if the Eagles look completely dominant, but if they win a game by a field goal, I still think Arizona is going to be favored, slight favorite. You know, think about Christmas Eve in Dallas. By that point, Dak Prescott should be healthy. You know, who knows how Dallas is playing? But if they're playing okay, if they're a playoff contender, the Eagles are not going to be favored in that game. There's a couple other potentials. I can't think of it. Indianapolis has been terrible, but I mean, it's early.
Yep.
If they right the ship and they're a playoff contender, and that's not the best division in the AFC, they're probably going to be a slight favorite. So there's a very small path that the Eagles will be favored in every game, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Not that it matters. It's just when you look up, you're like, wow, this schedule. I mean, we knew this schedule was one of the easier ones in football, and then it's materialized. A team that won 13 games last year, Tennessee, is nowhere near looking like the same team that they've been, stuff like that. So, hey, it all evolves. It gets
fluid. And there's a fourth game I can't think of. If you got the schedule,
you got Green Bay, New Orleans.
Green Bay. Oh, yeah, Green Bay.
No, Green Bay's in Philadelphia, and it's a Sunday night.
Yeah, but if Green Bay starts, you know, we've been through this with a bunch of times. The famous relax comment from Aaron Rodgers a couple of years ago. Last year, they lost in week 1 by 30-something points, and they win, 13 games, whatever they won. If they start rolling and Aaron Rodgers is playing like an MVP again, the Packers will be favored even though they're on the road. So that's the fourth one.
All right, John McMullen, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Birds 365. Tomorrow right here at 3 o'clock, we will take a little deeper look at the matchup. I know Carson Wentz has been speaking down in Washington and has some, nice things to say about his time.
Carson Wentz. Did you know he used to play on the Eagles, Mike? Oh, wow.
Now, if J.J. Redick's doing a podcast with Ben Simmons, would you rather hear that or Carson Wentz on a podcast about his time in Philly? Which one would you be more interested in?
Take off with John Clark with Carson Wentz. I'd rather hear Carson because I know there's a lot of comparisons. I had Kevin Kincaid, fellow West Virginia person on Birds 365 today. He said there's a lot of comp at Crossing Broad with Carson and Ben. I don't get that. Like Carson did a lot for the Eagles. I maintain they don't win a Super Bowl without Carson Wentz. I don't understand the people that don't understand that. I know it ended horribly, but to compare him with Ben Simmons and what he did to the Sixers, I can't go that route. Carson's not that bad.
All right, John McMullen, tomorrow morning, Birds 365 on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. All right, John, we'll talk to you tomorrow, bud.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, the coordinators talk tomorrow, by the way. Sirianni today, Hurts today. We'll have more on that during football at 4 with Geoff Mosher tonight, so don't go away for that right here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We've got Mosher for football at 4. I got my NFL Fine 5, Ugly 5. 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. 4:45 today. Don't forget ZZ Top tickets. Go to our website, 973ESPN.com. You can enter to win. Download the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. ZZ Top, Ocean Casino Resort, Ovation Hall, Friday, October 21st. Check them out. And you can win tickets. I got 5 pairs of tickets to give away. 5 winners Friday's show. Sports Bash brought to you by East Coast Roofing, Siding, Windows, serving all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up online. EastCoastRoofing.com. Ryan Rothstein, host of the Philadelphia City Cast, will get his thoughts. He was with me on Monday. Did we think the game was going to go that direction? Or the Phillies out of gas? And what does he think about Ben Simmons on the J.J. Redick podcast? That's going to drop tomorrow. Oh, baby. More Sports Bash coming up.
You haven't downloaded the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app? Well, go get it now to follow all the Philly sports teams at 97.3ESPN.com. Powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City.
It's a crime to pay.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
I'm Mike Gill. Coming up tonight, Fine Five, Ugly Five, Cup of Joe. Joe Valerio's got a good take on Jalen Hurts. He actually brought this up in the preseason, and he mentioned it again with the game on Monday night. We'll have that tonight at 5 here on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Ryan Rothstein's the host of the Philadelphia City Cast. You can get that 5 days a week, Apple Podcast, Google Podcast, Spotify, all your favorite podcast locations. And he joins us right now here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Ryan Rothstein, what's up, dude?
MG, how we doing?
I'm doing good as always. Monday, we talked about the game. We had some concerns. Those concerns were laughed at by the Eagles. Are we now shifting our focus to a higher prize?
Man, I don't know. I don't know what to make of that game. It was awesome. And I want to say Jalen Hurts won me over, but I have to pump the brakes a little bit on that.
Yeah.
But we've seen some bad games. We've seen some inconsistent games. I think what we saw on Monday, MG, was pretty much the best case scenario for this team. That does not mean we're going to get that through weeks 3 through 18 the rest of the way, but at least we've found some answers for the first time in a real game of what this offense can do, and more importantly, what Jalen can do. After that game, I don't know how anyone can sit here and look at us with a straight face and say, Jalen ain't the guy. I think he's answered that.
Concerned, and I agree. I'm just saying, are you concerned? Because I know you can be a little bit more negative than me. Sources say. Are you concerned at all by the fact that they didn't score it all in the second half? We're all talking about, this big game they had. They put up 24 points in the first half, nothing in the second half.
I mean, I don't know if concern is the right way to put it, but it's not ideal, right? It's not ideal. It's the big question that I was asking outside of Jalen Hurts, as you and I discussed throughout the entire show on Monday when I was co-hosting with you, is the defense. That was my concern going in. Jonathan Gannon, Fletcher Cox. I heard you talking about that with Johnny Mack. So, those were all the important questions. And for me to have the defense step up like that in the second half and still completely stymie the Vikings offense, that still made me feel good. I think the best team on planet Earth would have scored more points in the second half. So if we want to be picky, that's something they should strive for. But overall positivity from me, because the defense looked really, really, really good.
Hey, let's get into that, because you said your perception of Hurts has changed.
Yeah.
Have you changed your perception again, or is that more wait and see?
It's more wait and see. But listen, what was I saying on Monday? That if the Eagles come out and get torched on defense, his seat should be hot. So the complete opposite happened. I do give him credit. He did calm my nerves down a little bit, because you saw what this team defensively is capable of, but we need to see more of it.
Right. Is this to suggest, though, that, hey, I don't know that, if you're someone like me, hey, I'm not blaming Gannon so much for week one. And look, I was critical of Gannon week one. I thought he could have done more. But even calling the same game that he called, if they just execute it, do we look back and say he didn't call that bad of a game if they just execute it? Is the game we saw Monday night, does it lend credence to that? Because I thought they executed, they tackled. I thought he sent some pressure in some opportune times, which I thought was something he normally doesn't do.
Yeah, I don't know. Yes to both questions. Sure, if they execute it better, Gannon wouldn't have looked as bad. I think that's a relatively obvious statement, but the defense looked nothing like they did in week one. They were flying around. They were fired up. They were in the Vikings' faces. It was a completely different defense, Obviously, that's a result of Monday night home opener against that team. The defense had a ton of more energy and effort.
Yeah, I mean, look, am I going to sit here and say, oh, he's calmed all of my concerns? No, but here's what I'll say. 24/7, I'm trying to think back. I mean, the Eagles haven't played too many games where they've had such commanding field leads, where they feel like they're in total control of the game. The few times they have that I can remember, Detroit the week before, they had a 17-point lead and gave that up because I thought he lacked aggression in that game. He kind of just sat back. Atlanta in week one in last year, and they dominated that game. He absolutely Their defense looked outstanding. Detroit last year, 44-7. So in those type of blowout games, they've looked really good defensively. It's kind of that game where you step up in talent. This might be, you tweet it, what's the best team they've beaten? And this team's not great, but this might be the best team that they have beaten. And I don't know that there's going to be too many challenges on this schedule. We were talking about, when are they going to be an underdog this year? I don't even know that there's a spot on this schedule.
Yeah,
we might not know the real answer. We might not get listen, they're going to play Aaron Rodgers, so that game, they'll get tested, obviously. Kyler Murray, they'll get tested there. I don't know. Matt Ryan, does that count as a test? Other than that, I mean, Dak Prescott, they don't have a lot of quarterbacks on this list that you're going to get to find out more about your defense, I think.
Well, I still think you will, right? Like that's even more reason than we should find out, right? Like if they're a top 5 to 10 defense, then they should absolutely annihilate those teams, right? Like if they're giving up 35 pieces more often, then that's going to be a problem. Listen, I think Jacksonville is going to be a tougher game than people imagine. Then you have to go on the road to Arizona. Then you're in a huge game against Dallas. Pittsburgh is no walk in the park, right? Like this schedule, I'm not buying it that's that much of a cakewalk as people are saying. Yes, the Eagles may be favored in a bunch of those. Doesn't mean that it's going to be an easy game for by any stretch.
I agree. I mean, listen, everything's fluid. Things change. Teams get better. You play better. Styles make fights. Matchups matter. Just looking at this, though, quarterback-wise, your quarterbacks that you're playing are Wentz, Lawrence. I mean, we don't know much about Lawrence. I mean, he seems like he has taken a little step with Peterson. Murray. I don't know who's going to be playing quarterback for Dallas. You don't know who's going to be quarterbacking for Pittsburgh. Houston, Davis Mills, Wentz again, Matt Ryan. There's not like a bunch of these guys. So I guess the point is, you might not find out in this regular season whether or not John Gannon's defense is up for the challenge until you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're going to have some questions all the way up into the end, but I still think we're going to be able to find out a lot of answers. Let me ask you this. Back to Jalen for a second. Would you pay him right now? Did Monday show you enough? If you're Howie, would you pay him?
It's a fair question, but by league rules, they can't. They have to wait till the end of the year based on his status as a third-year player. But if you're the Eagles, you probably would, just in case he has more games like this, and then he really that's the chicken and the egg in all this. They did it with Wentz, and you thought, hey, we got him before he really blew up, and then he ends up getting hurt.
Yeah, it's and we don't know what Howie's thinking, right? Like Jalen
and right. McMullen brought up the point, and I was on his show this morning, and he brought this up, and then he brought it up here again today, which is you now have a window with this team in the NFC that is wide open that you didn't maybe think you had because of his price tag. I mean, what's he making this year? Like $1 million? So you have to capitalize on that paycheck before he makes the big dollars.
Yes and no, right? I mean, their roster is still looking pretty good for the next couple of years, right?
Well, once you pay the quarterback,
yeah, then you're really
in trouble where you can't keep all these guys. You might have to start releasing some of these guys, or you're going to take the cap hit.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, Minnesota is still a really good team. Green Bay is still a really good team. Tampa Bay is still a really good team. The Saints are I think they're better than a lot of people would have predicted. And the entire NFC West is filled with good teams outside of Seattle, but they can overachieve. So still I'm pumping the brakes on, man, the Eagles, they're the best. They looked really good on Monday. But I still think it's going to be a big challenge for them to go deep.
I agree with you, but I love how it's okay to be totally irrational when the team loses or gives up 35 points and they win. And we're like, whoa. And then we're like, when they win and they look impressive, we're like, hey, calm down, everybody. Pump the brakes.
Nah. I mean, listen, they showed me a lot on Monday. I'm not screaming for Gannon to get fired. He impressed me. The defense impressed me. Jalen Hurts impressed me.
Next week, I want him gone.
What?
But if they give up 35 next week, I want him gone.
No, not now. Not for Monday. Not for me, at least. Maybe from the other fans. But that we needed something like that. Jalen Hurts, for the first time, impressed me. I have not said those words since Jalen Hurts was the starter. So Monday, I've gotten a lot of answers. I'm just not ready to crown them as NFC champions because of everything. To your point, what have we been saying? Who's Gannon? Who's Jalen?
Totally fair. Totally fair. All right, we got some other things I want to get into on the other side, including, Ryan, do you have any interest, and think about it before you answer the question, do you have any interest in Ben Simmons on the JJ Redick podcast? It drops tomorrow. So we'll get into that. I want to get into Aaron Judge, all right, and the Phillies. Stick there.
I want to talk some Phils.
More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, download the mobile app at the Apple Store, Google Play. And if you do, you can enter to win ZZ Top tickets for October 21st, Ovation Hall, Ocean Casino Resort. I have 5 pair of tickets to give away on Friday's show. ZZ Top tickets, get them through the app. Don't forget, you can watch live video of the Sports Bash. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's powered by BFA Sports. You can subscribe to our YouTube channel, the BFA Sports YouTube channel. Be a part of the live chat all during the show. And you can watch live video.
Why are you so cute?
Through our website, 973ESPN.com. All right, I'm Mike Gill, coming back with another segment with Ryan Rothstein. Don't forget, football at 4 coming up here on the Sports Bash.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4 every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
844-REACH-NJ is the call to make if you or someone you love is struggling with addiction. Call today, 844-REACH-NJ from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be MyRKChevy.com, MyRKKia.com, and MyRKSubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
346 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. All right, Ryan Rothstein's the host of the Philadelphia City Cast. Follow him on Twitter at WiseRye, and you can get his takes, of course. He joins us Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays here in the 3 o'clock hour. Ben Simmons is going to be on the JJ Redick podcast. How much interest do you have in that?
Through the roof. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's 100. 100.
Do you think anything's going to come out of it? Like, do you think JJ is going to legit ask, like, real tough questions that he wants answers to?
Yes. Listen, the JJ Redick podcast I've been listening to since it first started. I remember when I first got my start with you and I would listen to it and, implement it into the show. So I think both of us have been following it for a while, and I've always respected the questions he's asked, regardless of the guest. So I think he's going to do a nice job of asking the tough questions, in a nice, friendly way. And I can't wait to get the answers or to see how he answers it.
What's one question you want to make sure JJ Redick asks?
It's a great question. Probably, I would like to hear Ben's side of his relationship with Joel Embiid, relationship with Brett Brown, how it really ended, his side of the story, right? Like, I don't know, man. It's tough. That's a great question by you. There's so many questions I want to hear. What's yours?
If I'm JJ Redick and I have one question, and apparently, I don't know. I mean, the picture, they have a couple bottles of wine hanging out. Maybe this got a little Jimmy Butler-ish. But I think if I'm JJ Redick, I just simply ask him, like, there's so many, but I think the number one question would be, this is my question, maybe not JJ's, but dude, why do you just refuse to shoot? Seriously, like, dude, we've all seen you do it in practice. I've been at practice with you. I've watched you do it. What is holding you back in a game from just letting that go? Like, what is it? Coming from a shooter. I'm a shooter. I see that you can do it, dude.
I know.
Why do you not do it in a game? Why?
I know how Ben will answer that. I hear you. Ben's going to say, I try and make the best basketball play. I'm unselfish. It's just like the BS answers, but I hear you. I would love if Ben actually took the time and answered that. I would like him to ask, do you feel like you're a point guard? Right? Or should you be a center or a forward?
Okay. I mean,
right? There's just a lot of questions that could.
I know there's a lot, but I think I have more. Like, okay, Ben, like, why? Why did you handle the way you did last year?
Yeah, why are you not in Philly?
Right. Like, well, even though, like, you're telling me you couldn't have at least just, like, say, I want to be traded. I don't want to play anymore, but I'm just going to go do my job and play. Like, why did it get to the point where you were unwilling to even play?
I would ask too, talk about the battle. If you can, talk about the battles mentally and everything you went through. Right. Like I would like to know Ben's side of the story. Listen, maybe it will change a little bit perspective. I doubt it, but maybe.
I've always said on this show, I don't think we held into account the whole thing with his sister and how much that might have messed with him mentally.
Absolutely. Right. So, I hope Ben is a little bit of an open book.
Well, I'm going to look forward to it. Yes, I'm looking forward to that tomorrow. I definitely want to see how that all goes down.
I can't wait.
Should we have more interest, and is there more interest than we're giving credit to Aaron Judge and this 60, the chase for 62?
No, I think it's almost embarrassing, the lack of interest.
Right? Like
no one cares.
Well, let me tell you, in 1998, which is now all fraudulent by all intents and purposes, it was awesome. I remember I was in Morgantown, and we would be in the grocery store, like running through aisles trying to get out of there to go make sure we got home in time to check in on these bets. And there was no Twitter. And TV was almost acting like Twitter is now. Like they showed you the bats live. Like now it's like, I don't need to watch the game. I can see the highlight on Twitter. Like it's just not the same. And it just doesn't feel the same because like Barry Bonds hit 73 one year and other people have hit, so it's like, they're making a big deal out of a number that has been surpassed, but people don't recognize it as surpassed. But it just doesn't feel the same, man. People
say, the steroids ruined the game, right? Even though it was the best, most entertaining time, you could argue. Well, this guy's doing it, to our knowledge, completely pure, natural, no steroids, 60 home runs. Like this is what we've all been waiting for, right? And no one cares. It's a damn shame.
Yeah, I just feel like the game has become home run or nothing. So just hitting home runs isn't nearly as impressive.
Oh, but come on. 60 home runs, we don't see that. We haven't seen that.
What are you more interested in? Him hitting 62 or Pujols hitting 700?
I mean, obviously the bigger deal is Pujols getting to 700. I don't think we'll ever see that again. But the Judge story has me a little bit more interested.
How about the Judge story of all of these games coming up for him are not going to be called by the home broadcast team? They're like on Fox one day, the other night they're on Apple TV. He could break or hit 62 on Apple TV Plus. Nobody will be watching.
Yeah. Well, everyone's, like banging their remote trying to get the game on.
Katie Nolan on the call of his 60-second. They were talking about before, Michael Kay should go on IG Live and just call his at bat so that at least you have Michael Kay calling the home run and don't have to use the guy who does the play-by-play for Apple Plus is a guy named Steve Nelson. You ever heard of him?
No, I haven't heard of good old Stevie boy. So, yeah, I wish Michael Kay would do that.
Yeah, it's Steve Nelson, Hunter Pence, and Katie Nolan who are calling that game for Apple TV Plus on Friday night. That might be the night that he does it, right? Phillies, we got about a minute left to go. We had a conversation about the Dollar Dog Night tonight, and that got more engagement than the actual team itself.
100%. Fans love to go to Dollar Dog Night for whatever reason. I hate hot dogs, but cool. You know what? There's going to be 25 there instead of 20,000.
I don't know. Last night was, I think, 21,000 was the number.
It's unbelievable. It's not. It's very believable, but it's just sad.
Yeah. Well, have you bailed on them, or are you still hanging in?
I'm not interested right now. Like I'm honest, dude. I've lost interest, bro. I'm going to watch, but they're just so frustrating to me, man. And if they disappoint us and actually don't get in, I may be out for good.
If they don't get in, I will say, like, as much as I'm like, come on, man, if they blow this, it will be one of the worst September collapses that I've ever seen.
No, in
the other ones, I expected. This team's good enough.
Yeah, this collapse would be, oh my goodness, it would be a bleep show.
Ryan Rothstein is the host of the Philadelphia CityCast. Download it 5 days a week. Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify. And we'll be back on Friday with more musings of the weekend. Eagles and Commanders, Carson Wentz. All right, we'll do that right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
All right, man.
All right, at Wise Rye on Twitter. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. It's your turn right now. Be caller 7. You're entered to win Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. Enter right now. 609-573-3776. The Sports Bash will be live at Garden State Beer Company Friday, October 28th. All of our qualifiers will be there, and one lucky winner will get a pair of tickets to see the Eagles and Commanders sitting in Club Box seats. These seats are amazing. Right there, 50-yard line, baby. Caller 7. Good luck.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2022 season this Sunday in Washington against the Commanders.
He is going deep for Quez Watkins, who has it chosen for the touchdown. The split to Quez Watkins.
Pre-game coverage starts at noon with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 1 p.m. This is where the Philadelphia Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's official Eagles station.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. the city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all that Claridge has to offer.
With Mike Gill, it's time for Football at 4 with Geoff Mosher.
My personality is I want to win badly. I want to win more Lombardis for Philadelphia and our fans. We got the greatest fans around, and I will do everything possible.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Black Kia Studios. This is Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Geoff Mosher with us this week, or excuse me, today, I should say. I want to tell you about my friends at American Airlines. You know that you can travel on American Airlines from Atlantic City International Airport. American Airlines and ACY are your gateway to the world, and ACY is now your one-stop ticket to over 90 domestic and international destinations. You can go see your favorite team's away games now and leave right from ACY. That's right. You can see the Birds on the road and fly from ACY. Save time and money. Avoid the fees and hassle of parking at the big city airport when you start your next vacation on American Airlines from ACY. Excitement is just one stop away on American Airlines from ACY. Book today at AA.com. All right, Geoff Mosher is in the house. The Inside the Birds podcast, the Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show was very entertaining. Good stuff from Trey Thomas, Geoff, and Adam, and he joins us now as we kind of, turn our attention to the Washington Commanders. What's up, Geoff?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
All is good, bud. By the way, injury report just came out for Wednesday, and it's pretty good. Watkins with an illness did not participate. Limited is Avonte Maddox and Hassan Reddick. So the Eagles have been pretty healthy so far through a couple of games. We'll just get that out of the way. But I want to kind of get your thoughts on some of the tape review I know you guys did over at Inside the Birds, and just kind of give us some insight on what you what you guys were hearing about the way John Gannon kind of, maybe let his defense play a little bit freer, let them kind of do some more things. Was that the case? Or, what did you see on tape from John Gannon's defense?
Yeah, I think that I don't know if it's about letting them play freer, although he's kind of discussed allowing them to get him out of a bad play in the middle of a call. But I definitely think it's about trust. Something you can see, something we've been told, that Jonathan Gannon has more trust in the personnel that he has to do things differently than he did last year. I mean, we must have said countless times last year that you can blame Jonathan Gannon all you want, but when a guy is not confident in certain players at positions executing, then he's going to call his defenses as such. And by the way, if that wasn't pretty obvious with Ed Donatel and how he felt about his cornerbacks, both Patrick Peterson and Cam Dantzler, neither of them who run very well, It almost seemed like he was playing Jonathan Gannon's 2021 defense against the Eagles on Monday night.
Yeah.
But what you saw from the Eagles was more blitzes than normal. Again, he's not Todd Bowles. He ain't waking up out of bed, coming up with the craziest, number of blitzes that you're going to see. But he is going to pressure quarterbacks. He's going to pick the right times that he feels to pressure the quarterbacks. And it's not just going to be a five-man rush where you're blitzing an extra guy. He's coming from some directions. He did throw a zero blitz in there in the red zone, which is sort of out of the Jim Johnson playbook. So that's good to see. But I think secondarily to that, but maybe even more important, Mike, is the fact that you saw his cornerbacks challenge wide receivers at the line of scrimmage, playing up on them to redirect them, to fight them when the ball comes their way, as opposed to playing very far off and allowing the quarterback to play pitch and catch with his receiver that we saw all too often last year, because he just did not have the trust and faith that Steven Nelson could do that, or that Anthony Harris could, handle his corners underneath him playing press and then still be able to get there in time.
Yeah, Geoff, one of the things, the situational blitzing, I think that's something that we didn't really see that much last year. It's okay, 24/7, they're in the red zone. If they score, they make the game a little bit more interesting. And he sent a couple blitz, almost, I think it was on back-to-back plays down in the red zone there. That's not something we really saw, but you wonder if that is, much like a player, evolution of a play caller, feeling more comfortable with my personnel or feeling that I have better personnel. What is your feeling on why he felt more confident to dial up those situational blitzes?
I believe the construct of his defense, while there's some give and take there, it's much smaller. We talked about that in run defense against the Lions, but having a guy like I think he was always okay with Darius Slay being able to challenge a receiver, and now you've got James Bradbury instead of Steve Nelson. But there will be times where those guys try to get a jam and miss, get beaten, don't do the job on a deep ball. Now, though, you have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and Marcus Epps, who can try to get over in time as a deep safety if those guys are beat in man press, right? As opposed to hoping that Anthony Harris can kind of come from that middle to get back deep and break up a pass. You'd obviously rather have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson doing that than Anthony Harris. Much like if you wanted to be a really tough run-stuffing defense, you'd probably rather have Anthony Harris as your safety than Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So there's a give and take. But since we're talking about pass defense and blitzing, that personnel structure allows him to do this more. Now, there's a difference, right, between want and need when you're a coordinator. I think Jonathan Gannon would like to want to be able to blitz selectively. I don't think he wants the need to blitz to generate pressure. But I think you can fairly say so far that with what we've seen from the Eagles' four-man rush, he needs right now to blitz to create pressure. What he would like to do is get to a point where he's showing blitzing, right, to confuse the quarterback, and then dropping those guys at the last minute and relying on a four-man rush. But that hasn't been proven to be something the Eagles can say they do well yet.
How much of confidence and trusting your corners allows you to dial up more?
Oh, I mean, a ton. I mean, that's like I said, the difference between Steven Nelson playing press man and Darius Slay or James Bradbury is enormous. And again, on the back end, you need to make sure your safeties can turn their hips and run when the receiver does get past the press, and to be able to have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson do that as opposed to Anthony Harris makes all of that happen.
All right, Geoff Mosher, Football at 4. I know Adam had mentioned that that somebody, I guess a leak source had mentioned to him that they're going to be more aggressive because they have better talent. And just, again, kind of saying, hey, but with that, I want to ask you, they have better talent. They did send more pressure. Gannon had a good game. Do you like the way they're using Hassan Reddick, or is that something that is still kind of evolving?
It's evolving. I don't want to say I don't like it yet because I'm sort of looking for the method to the madness. I'm sure there is one. I mean, look, there's times where you're in a 5-2 front and you don't want to rush 5, or you're thinking they're running and they check into a pass. And you don't want to rush 5. You want to have somebody be able to drop into that zone so that the someone can carry the running back up the wheel route or patrol the flats there. So, and it's at times it's going to be Hassan Reddick. And maybe that's, I don't know exactly. I've tried to watch and see if maybe the play call was changed. I think it was when Kirk Cousins identified Hassan Reddick on the field in an area where they could get him in coverage in a man defense, right? And then you saw the tight end, who I've never even heard of, Johnny Munt, I think was his name, put a move on him. Johnny Munt must have been the happiest guy in the world to see Hassan Reddick. He must have thought I might actually get the ball thrown to me simply because I know that Hassan Reddick is lined up next to me. And he put sort of the simplest outside-in moves on Hassan Reddick, and he got the ball. So I know that frustrates people. And I think when they see that, you get the feeling that it's happening more than it really does. He must have dropped into coverage maybe 2 or 3 times. You're going to have to live with that at times. But for the most part, he's rushing the passer. But I didn't see him do an excellent job against Christian Darrisaw as far as getting past Darrisaw, who's a good left tackle now. He's a second-year guy for a first-round pick. Missed a lot of time last year with the groin injury. So he's a good left tackle. But we've yet to see Hassan Reddick kind of give you that flash around the edge and, bam, hit the quarterback when he's not expecting it. But we are also seeing Jonathan trying to move him around a little bit, which is what you should do. I just think you have to move him around as a pass rusher, though, not necessarily as trying to fake out whether he's in coverage or blitzing. He lined up as a coverage linebacker a couple of times. I think a couple of times then he would rush and then somebody else would drop back in a zone blitz.
Now, you just said it. They face good tackles in week 1. They face good tackles in week 2. Is it matchup based? Is it, okay, now we got a team that we think the tackles are a little weaker? Do we trust that John Gannon will, based on the matchups, dial up his blitzes? Because Minnesota's weak up the middle. TJ Edwards got a couple right up the middle, calls. So now if you're a little weaker on the end, do we think that maybe shifts, that Reddick gets more of those calls?
I would argue that you don't even need to blitz per se to get Hassan Reddick isolated one-on-one with a lineman. I mean, you can line him up over left tackle and do that, but I don't think that's a strength either. I think, there are things you can do with a 4-man front. You can overload 3 guys on one side and then run some games as far as twists and stunts to get Reddick looping inside against a slower guard who could not possibly keep up with his speed. And then, someone like Hargrave then looping on the outside, or Cox looping on the outside, just to create some confusion for an offensive line. Obviously, Chase Roulier, the center for Washington, is out. And so they're going to have a new center, and that's going to impact communication for them, plus put a backup at center. So it seems to me like it's a good time to, you can still blitz, but sort of attack the A gaps with line games and try to get the Washington offensive line confused. And if Hassan Reddick is a guy who can come through all the way from over left tackle through the A gap on a stunt, that to me sounds like a winning formula against this line.
Yeah, I brought up TJ Edwards, by the way. I want to get your thoughts on how he's fitting into this defense through 2 weeks and how they're using him. Because before, I don't think people were all that excited about TJ Edwards. He was an undrafted guy. And how is his evolution as a piece of this defense and how important he is to it?
Yeah. So when I'm wrong about somebody, it's a great thing, because when I'm wrong about someone actually not being the player that he is, it's a great thing because it means he's become a much better player. When the Eagles drafted Nakobe Dean after they had signed Kazir White, I said that TJ Edwards is going to be a really nice third line, a middle linebacker in base when they're in goal line, or 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. And not only is he more than that, he's their best linebacker right now. He is their and look, Kazir White's playing well. But TJ Edwards is just their best linebacker. He's downhill against the run still, covers well. You saw him breaking up passes. You saw him blitzing against Washington and trucking Dalvin Cook in pass protection. I made the analogy. He's sort of like a Ranger Suarez-like pitcher who's the physical testing, the attributes aren't there, but Suarez can throw 94 and it'll look like 96 or 7 because he has such a devastating changeup that it keeps the batters, off kilter. And TJ Edwards is a guy who's not going to run a fast 40. He's not going to, make you think he can run with cover tight ends. He's not going to make you think he can do 1,000 different things, but he's just a great football player. And his football intelligence, his overall intelligence, his mental acuity, his understanding of zone drops, where he needs to be, everything else he's so good at that it manifests into better play speed. And right now I don't think it's even an argument that he's their best linebacker. And,
right,
and
that's
surely
to the point where if he got hurt, or like, how much of a drop off would there be? How important has he become?
that all just depends on how ready Nakobe Dean would be. If Nakobe Dean steps in and is a pretty good linebacker, and Kazir White's still playing good, then you're good. I mean, you miss him, but it's still good.
It's amazing, and through 2 games, we really haven't, you're right, talked a lot about the linebackers being a problem, right? We haven't heard much like, the linebackers. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kaplan said on the pod like a week or 2 ago, he said, you know what? For the first time in a long, long time, the linebackers are not going to embarrass the Eagles defense. And he hit it on the head. They have not. They've been a strong point of the Eagles defense. Listen, we're 2 weeks in, and there were some week 1 struggles getting off blocks that I still think the D-line didn't help out the linebackers. But nonetheless, that was an A-plus performance from TJ for another week, and Kazir White has played really well too.
Jeff Mosher, Inside the Birds, over at InsideTheBirds.com. You asked the question in print, by the way, who can stop the offense? I'll ask you, what is the identity of this offense in your mind through 2 games?
Adaptability, flexibility. I think it really all starts up front. Obviously, Jalen Hurts, his development has been crucial, but they've seen 2 different styles of defense, right? They saw a Lions team that just attacked and attacked and attacked. And how did the Eagles respond to that? Well, they did get a lot of running out of Jalen Hurts to get out of some bad plays, but they also attacked with the RPO. They were able to run with Jalen when they wanted to. They were able to run with their running backs when they wanted to. And of course, they were able to hit A.J. Brown 10 times in that game for a lot of yards because there was a lot of single coverage. So it almost felt like Ed Donatel watched that tape and said, there's no way I'm leaving my corners, who aren't even as good as Detroit's corners are okay. They're not great, but I got struggling corners. There's no way I'm leaving them one-on-one with A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. I'm playing coverage all day long. But you know what? That just plays into what the Eagles really do well. If you're going to back everybody up and only rush 4, you're not getting to the quarterback because the Eagles have too good of an offensive line that a 4-man rush is just not going to do it. And I'll give Jalen Hurts a lot of credit because even with a 4-man rush at him, you see the offensive line. Sometimes they'll lose a little leverage, but they'll maintain their block. But you start to see that semicircle move back toward the quarterback a little bit. And the best ones can still buy the time and climb the pocket a little bit and make that laser throw across the middle. You saw Jalen Hurts stay in that pocket on some of those times where the pocket starts to pinch around him and make some really strong throws. Dallas Goedert dropped one. Dallas Goedert caught one right before the half in a deep zone. A.J. Brown caught one on the right side. Quez Watkins caught one on the right and the left side. One of the flag took it away. But those were really good examples of Jalen Hurts either staying in the pocket or moving a little bit out of the pocket, maybe flushing himself, but keeping his eyes downfield, keeping the feet set, and making a great throw. So you ask what the identity is, it really starts with what they do up front with the offensive line and that RPO game, and then it extends out from there. So I think what the Eagles have shown so far is if you try to come after them and come after them and come after them, they can burn you. If you just try to sit in coverage all day, they will eat you up with that offensive line, that running game, and eventually Jalen Hurts will have enough time to find his targets as well. Someone's got to find the in-between here.
Sounds like a dangerous offense.
Yeah, it sounds like it has been a dangerous offense, but I'm curious to see if Washington. Good.
Could they win a game if they had if they were down and they had to come back and throw? Are they equipped to do that now?
I think it remains to be seen. Let's say if they're down 21-7 and the defense says we're going to play umbrella coverage, then yeah, I think the Eagles can show you that they can move the chains very efficiently. They can run the ball and they can put the ball in the air and score on a time of possession drive, but it's not going to take that much time that they're going to be worried about it. So if it's like an early 21-7, yeah. Now, if they're down 21-7 in the fourth quarter, right, and they're just having a bad day offensively, can they orchestrate 2 quick drives like that where they have to throw the ball 70% of the time? That is probably the next challenge that awaits the Eagles to see if they can do that.
It's funny because it's almost like they the first week, they threw all the passes. They didn't spread the ball around last week. They spread the ball all over the place. What's the next wrinkle that you want to see?
Offensively? That's tough.
Right,
I mean,
well,
like,
you can say, listen,
I don't know if it's a wrinkle. How about let's just see if consistently, like I remember in 2017, they start off 1-1, they lose that tough game in Kansas City, then they win on the field goal against the Giants, and they go out to San Diego. I think it was San Diego, or no, man, it was the first year of Chargers being in LA. They win that game, and then all of a sudden you start to see this sort of consistency week in and week out of Carson Wentz and the offense, the running offense especially, just marrying off each other, playing well off each other, complementing each other. And people tried all different sorts of things, but the Eagles were just elite offensively that year. I think that the wrinkle would be just showing that the Eagles can kind of maintain. I don't expect them to score 30 points a game or whatever they're doing, but they should be able to score 26 or more. And, and when there's a tough day where they don't have it, pull one out. That to me, I think they've proven that they can run the ball, throw the ball, and use the RPO to keep you off balance. So now it's just, can you maintain that without turning the ball over, having bad days? And, as the tape builds on you and defenses adjust, can you keep countering with your play calling?
All right. We got, you're not going to be on the rest of the week, so I'll kind of give you a opportunity to kind of early, but kind of in your mind, how you see this Eagles Commanders on the road, Carson Wentz, division game, all that mixed into the pot of stew here. What are you feeling early?
These division games are so hard, but I feel like this is going to be a high scoring game. I think Carson's playing better than he was even last year. And last year people don't want to give him credit for it because of the way the year ended, but he actually had a pretty good year last year. Now everybody wants to say, well, he had this great running game. He didn't have to throw the ball that much. Well, now he is throwing the ball a whole lot, and he's among the leaders in passing yards and touchdowns. And yes, of course, he has a couple of interceptions. I think he has 3. One of them was a screen that Trevon Walker just jumped in front of. I don't know if that's on him as much, but he also has a bunch of touchdowns, and he's doing a nice job getting the ball to McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, Logan Thomas, and Curtis Samuel. So this is a lot of weapons for the Eagles to handle, and the Eagles' offense is a lot of weapons for Washington to handle. And it befuddles me the last year and a half. Washington just hasn't been good defensively, and I don't know why. So I see a lot of points being scored, but the Eagles are in better shape right now. So I can see the Eagles winning a high-scoring game, something like 36-26 if that's what you were looking for a score. We're early here, but
yeah,
that's what I'm thinking.
All right. That game right here on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Jeff Mosher, football at 4. Tomorrow, Andrew is here. Adam's back on Friday. And we'll get more thoughts on this game as the Eagles travel to Washington to take on the Commanders. Jeff Mosher, take care, bud.
All right, Mike. Be good.
Don't forget the Inside the Birds pre- and post-game show on their YouTube channel. You can see that before and after every Eagles game. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. I want to congratulate Kevin in Villas. He was our qualifier in the 3 o'clock hour. He's got a shot to win Eagles Commanders tickets for Monday Night Football. That game will be at the link. It's club box seats, by the way. Someone's going to win club box seats to see the Eagles and the Commanders in Philadelphia, the Philadelphia version of that game. When we come back, we've got the headlines of the day. I got a couple of thoughts on my mind on this headline stuff here. All right. Want to get to that. Sports Bash is brought to you by your Delaware Valley Acura with new inventory arriving daily. Find your award-winning Acura at your local Delaware Valley Acura dealer and reserve yours today. And don't forget, Friday night, high school football on our website, 973ESPN.com. We've got a couple of matchups you can check out every Friday, live video from our friends at BFA Live Sports, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the games on the website, on the app, and you can check that all out over at 973ESPN.com or use the free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch live video of today's show on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, powered by BFA Sports. Watch live video every day of the Sports Bash. There's a couple of ways you can get us. Go to our website. You can just click on the link. It'll take you right to the live video. You can fire up the free mobile app, click on the link. It'll take us right to the video. You can watch on your home TV. Just click on the link, cast it right on over to your television, and you can watch the Sports Bash live each and every day right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming back with the headlines here. That's next.
The best way to wake up is with Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max. Weekday mornings at
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
ESPN.
.430 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the YouTube channel. Thanks to our friends at BFA Sports. I know, got the Phillies lineup here. It just came out a couple minutes ago. I'll give it to you real fast. Schwarber, Hoskins, Harper, Realmuto, Bohm, Stott, Segura, Maton, Vierling, Wheeler's pitching tonight. That's your lineup for the Phils. Look like they've, they put the Harper in the 3-hole. Bohm is now in the 5 spot. That's kind of the one change that they've made. They did score 10 runs last night. You all right with that?
Well, I'm glad they scored runs. It's just that, the bad side of Kyle Gibson showed up at the worst possible time.
Yeah, he didn't have a good night last night. And I thought that McGarry's breakdown of that made sense. People asking why the heck they didn't get him out of the game last night. Well, they knew Wheeler was going to give you a short game tonight. It was almost like Gibson had to take one for the team last night. Because Gibson, Wheeler is only going to give you about 2 innings tonight. So you had to know that you had to go to your bullpen again tonight. See, people don't think like that.
No, they don't. But at the same time, doesn't it feel like that, you want Gibson to go out there and give you something more than he did, right?
Of course you do. I want him to throw a gem every time he goes out there. It's not possible. And when he didn't throw a gem, my point is people wanted them to pull him from the game. And McGarry's point was they knew that they were going to have to go to the bullpen early tonight. So what do? Do you pull and go to your bullpen early 2 nights in a row? Or do you say, listen, you've got to take one for the team? They went with the latter. They wanted him to take one for the team last night.
I think as long as they win tonight, yesterday will be okay.
Listen, the math says if you go 7-8, Milwaukee's got to go 10-4. You're asking Milwaukee to win 10 times in 14 games. That's tough. You got to go. I'm not asking you to go 500. I'm not even saying 500. I'm saying go 8-9. Can you do that for me? Is that doable? I think it is.
It definitely is. You ready for some NFL news items?
I think so. I had something else I wanted to bring into the – oh, Phillies related. It's real quick.
Go ahead.
So you know that Twitter handle that does the comparison of the games between them, the 08 Phillies, and the 80 Phillies?
Yeah.
The 80 Phillies, 80-67. The 08 Phillies, 80-67. The current Phillies are 80-67. That's your comparison.
And I'm sure someone out there is saying that's blasphemous because all these other teams had better players. They had better players, Mike. They had Hall of Famers.
This team has Hall of Famers. Bryce Harper, he will be a Hall of Famer.
That's one.
It's probably it. They have a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Although JT Realmuto, I'm reading today, is having the best season, or one of the best seasons, I think it's top 5, for a catcher in his 30s.
I mean, if Realmuto has another 4 or 5 years of good production, he could be in the conversation.
Long shot.
It's a long shot, yeah.
Mike Dzicki over there on the screen behind you.
This is the
I dropped him off my fantasy team.
I got him on one of my benches.
I had him on the bench, and I just thought he wasn't going to get targets, and I abruptly dropped him, and then, of course, he goes and scores a touchdown.
Speaking of fantasy football owners should know that Mike Evans' suspension for this weekend has been upheld by the NFL. Basically, Mike Evans and his agent, Derek Gilmore, are not very happy about it. But listen, he appealed it. They said no. And now, because of his restructured contract, Evans will lose $62,222.
Frivolous. I mean, for him, the amount of money that he's losing is frivolous.
It is.
He won't notice that he lost $62,000 out of his account.
Well, you don't know. Maybe he likes doing his own accounting.
He might, but he might not recognize that there's $62,000 missing with the amount of money that is in there.
That's true. That's true.
That's my point.
A guy who's playing to get big money is Lamar Jackson, and he was a conversation of not one but two press conferences today. So he was wearing a sleeve at practice today, and John Harbaugh told the media that he is not injured and that he just happened to have an arm sleeve on. Now, on the flip side,
why did he just because he wanted to look cool?
There's been speculation that he might have some inflammation in his arm, but that's not been confirmed by, actually the team.
Oh, who are you rooting for here? Lamar Jackson for betting on himself, or do you hope that this backfires on him?
Oh, I wanted him to win. I feel like every player should be able to make as much money as they can.
Okay, well, I'm saying like the team gave him a pretty damn good offer.
It wasn't
like they lowballed him.
They offered him a similar deal to Russell Wilson, basically, if you go by the numbers. And Russell Wilson basically is a guy who's won a Super Bowl, a future Hall of Famer. But I guess Lamar is saying, I got an MVP and Russ doesn't.
Well, my point is the Ravens didn't lowball him. They did offer him a very fair market valued quarterback contract. So that's why I asked. So do you hope this backfires on him? Like they gave you a great deal, you didn't take it, or do you say, no, I want you to have to go to them and say, now this is what I want?
I want him to get his money. I don't wish any ill will on Lamar. It's not like he's like Deshaun Watson, and I wish something bad on him because he might not be a questionable person of character. You know who actually thinks Lamar should get paid very soon? Belichick. Bill Belichick was asked by the media today about what he thought about Lamar becoming more of a pocket passer. Bill Belichick answered, without a doubt he has. He's an MVP type of candidate each year. Wait until we see what his contract is. That will answer the questions, according to Belichick.
Yeah, well, Belichick won't have to deal with him too much longer, I wouldn't imagine.
You think Belichick's going to retire soon?
I mean, 70, the team's starting to get really mediocre. How much longer do you want to keep doing this? Although, I don't know. Is 70 old anymore?
I mean, Nick Saban is signed until what? He's 80 at Alabama?
Yeah, but players just go there. You got limitations in the NFL.
You do, but listen, age is age. I guess, it depends on who you are, right?
See this story about Britton Covey?
What about him?
So he went to the game on Monday night. I'll let you hear the audio. This audio is courtesy of Crossing Broad. Covey had a park in the tailgater lot on Monday night because the Eagles' attendants did not recognize him.
Yeah, well, no fault of theirs, right? I had the practice squad pass. My teammates told me, just tell them you were elevated to the active roster and they'll let you in. But I could tell they didn't quite recognize me. And when I told them I was elevated, and they said, look, you don't have to pass for this. And I said, no, I'm a player. And they said, we're sorry, man. So I totally get where they're coming from. I don't think so. I mean, I haven't, I kind of proved myself in Philly before I deserved to be there. So I liked it. I had to park with the grinders, out about a half mile away with the tailgaters and walk through, and I thought it was a blast, honestly. It's kind of like college. A few people recognized me, and they were kind of confused, and I had to ask them, where to go. But for me, like I said, it was kind of inspiring to walk through the crowd and see how much people love football here, and it made me determined, I want to be a great player here. And I didn't play my best on Monday, so I'm gonna have to walk through that crowd again and get even more determined.
Well, so now you're going to park there over there all the time.
I mean, I might. Some form of that. So, anyways.
It's a great story.
Yeah, my every single teammate has been giving me a lot of fun.
This is great. So Britton Covey is the Eagles punt returner. Apparently he tried to park. The attendants didn't know who he was. I guess someone said, hey, just tell them you're on the active roster. They'll let you in. They didn't know who he was. He was like so understanding, but I love it. Like, what do you do? Park it like Chickies and Pete's?
Well, he said he parked with the grinder. So, like, did he just park in like lot H or something? Like, what's going on here?
I don't know. See, I haven't done enough tailgating at an Eagles game to know where the grinders actually hang. Like I went to a tailgate one time, but it was pretty sophisticated. I wouldn't call it a grinder one. I'd like to go to the grinder one.
Would you?
Well, people like in Buffalo, I want to see people going through tables. Like that's the way it was in West Virginia. The one that I went to was a little tame here in Philly. I always say, you go to a college tailgate, they're professionals. You go to a professional tailgate, they're amateur.
It's true. I can totally see why you would say that.
Yeah.
A couple other NFL notes before we get out of here, Mike. There's speculation that Taylor Lewan's season is done. Another hit to the Titans season. He'll be getting a second opinion. But according to the football doctor, Dr. David Chow, he believes that Taylor Lewan re-injured his right ACL, which would be a re-tear of it because of the hyperextension. Mike Vrabel, the coach of the Titans, told the media today that they are still evaluating him and getting a second opinion.
That team's having all sorts of problems. It feels like the team, I've been saying this for a while, but they really feel like the team that hit their pinnacle and is now starting to go the opposite way, and that the wheels might fall off that team really fast. In fact, I got these sports odds today on the next quarterback to lose their starting job. Ryan Tannehill's the favorite, 1-1. 1-1 odds.
It makes sense because of how much playing time Malik Willis got in the preseason. This is a guy who got a ton of playing time, a ton of reps in that offense. And they drafted him for a reason. There's a lot of people who are speculating that, hey, that he reminds a lot of people in the organization of Steve McNair.
Yeah, I mean, you got to pick like a first-round pick, but Tannehill signed for a lot of money.
He did. Maybe you should have given him all that money. How about that?
Pete Thompson, listening, by the way, texts in. He says the Jethro lot, right across the street from the Players lot. That's the Grinders. That's where the Grinders hang out.
I guess Pete Thompson would know.
Yeah, PT goes up and tailgates a lot. I mean, he goes to a lot of games, I should say. I don't know if he tailgates a lot. I would imagine so.
Would you like to hear who will now be coming in to fill the void on the 49ers depth chart? Well, with Trey Lance being on injured reserve officially today, they worked out a bunch of guys yesterday. So they need another quarterback on the practice squad because remember, Nate Sudfeld is no longer in San Francisco. He's in Detroit. So they actually don't have what was their backup quarterback last year,
right,
who had been in this situation. Your new quarterback in the 49ers organization, Kurt Benkirk.
Never heard of him.
Kurt Benkirk was a ECU and Virginia quarterback.
Well, it couldn't have been any time recent because the ECU guy's been there for about 8 years.
He was at ECU in 2014 and 15, and Virginia the 2 years after that.
Holton, do you know the guy from Holton Ehlers is his name, I think? He's a lefty.
Yeah, he's a lefty. I got to pull his name up.
He is like an ECU legend. He went to high school in Greenville. He's played at ECU. He's breaking like every passing record. He's the American Conference's all-time passing leader. So whoever your guy was, Benkert over there, he hasn't played at ECU for quite some time. I've never heard of the guy. He's been out of the league, out of college since 14. He's been out for 7 years. I've never heard of him.
Well, he graduated in 17 for Virginia.
Oh, okay. Virginia.
Holton Ehlers, yes.
Holton Ehlers. Yeah, he's the ECU guy. Holton Ehlers.
He's in his 5th year.
I was going to say, he took the COVID year. He's one of them guys. He looks like he is probably 35 years old. He's got a big receding hairline.
I was going to say, he's already losing his hair from the picture I'm looking at.
Yeah, he's got the receding hairline, and it's like blonde. So he has like a blonde receding hairline.
Yeah,
that's
so it's
not
even
a good mix.
Worse.
Yeah, blonde receding hairline's no good.
Benkirk had 25 touchdowns and 9 interceptions in his final year at Virginia.
Gotcha. All right, that's some of the headlines today. Phillies lineup. By the way, are we not making a big enough deal out of Aaron Judge?
I mean, I'm interested, but I'm not gonna act like I'm,
I can't get into it. And I think I'm spoiled because I lived through the 98, which was amazing.
I feel like I just don't. I have 2 problems. 1, I'm just not as hyper focused on baseball right now. And 2, let's be realistic.
Yeah,
Mike.
but if you're not, that's the problem with it. If you're not hyper focused on baseball, but this story can't win people over. Like in 98, you
whatever stopped everything you were doing.
Whatever you were focused on, you stopped and watched every at bat by those two guys.
We would be outside playing, and a kid down the street from me, JC, his dad would come out and say, "Come inside." McGuire or Sosa would come in the bat. We'd stop playing outside, go in the house, and watch McGuire bat.
Yeah, that's it's a shame. And you got 700 for Pujols going on now too, which is quite amazing. Sports Bash brought to you by my friends over at the Caesar Sportsbook. I want to tell you about my friends over there because you get your first bet with Caesar Sportsbook. It's on Caesars, and that's what I like about it. And I like this number. It's up to $1,250. I mean, you could literally throw over $1,000 down, and if you don't win, they give it back to you. Just download my app code or download the app and use my code RADIOFULL and then place your first bet. If you win, congratulations. If not, you get your stake back as a free bet. Open to new users in Jersey who are 21 or older. If qualifying bet loses, the bet amount returned as a credit. You must use within 14 days. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Caesars Sportsbook. You bet, you get. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, download the free mobile app. Go to the App Store, Apple Store, Google Play, excuse me. Watch the show live on our YouTube channel. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel, and you'll get the alert every day that watch the show live. You can chat in the comments section on the live video. You can always text 609-403-0973. Hey, when we come back, it's my NFL Find Five, Ugly Five next.
When you need live sports play-by-play.
Forget it. Out of here. Reese Hoskins will touch them all over that right center field wall.
And the best sports talk in South Jersey. There's only one place to go. 97.3 ESPN.
The free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help troubleshoot the likely cause of your pesky check engine light for free and get you back on the road.
We're here at the brand new RK Service Center. Got to be super excited about all the things that are going on here at RK.
We are. We're super excited. We've been waiting this for a long time. We're very proud of this facility. We are hiring new technicians, so we're offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. You can check with our managers in terms of the details on that. But along with that, we offer healthcare, dental, eye, 401k with a match, and on it goes.
No better place to look than right here at RK Auto Group.
RKAutogroup.com, but individually for each manufacturer would be MyRKChevy.com, MyRKKia.com, and MyRKSubaru.com.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all that Claridge has to offer.
ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
All right, time for my NFL 5-5 Ugly 5 best, 5 worst teams in the league. 5 best, 5 worst. Here we go. Go with the Ugly 5 first. 5 worst. Number 5, Indianapolis. I don't know if they're going to finish in my Ugly 5, but you tie Houston, and then you get shut out to Jacksonville. I don't know that it's ridiculous to put them in the Ugly 5.
Definitely not ridiculous. You could actually argue and put them maybe higher.
Fair. I mean, I picked them to win the division, and so I don't want to put them too high because then that would be really bad. But number 4 is the Bears. I mean, they beat San Francisco, but I didn't like San Francisco with Trey Lance. They look discombobulated on Sunday Night Football.
Packers defense is pretty good.
Bears are pretty bad.
Bad offensive line.
Houston's number 3. They tied week 1 because they played an Ugly 5 team, but you saw a little bit more of their true colors in week number 2. Houston in week 2 loses to the Broncos. That was just an ugly game, but no offense for the Texans.
Davis Mills is overrated. I'm glad they're bringing him back down to earth.
Carolina's my second. They fought hard, but this team, I knew you had them in the playoffs. That team just brings me nothing. They're dying for Rule to get fired down there. He's 1-17, I think, against or some crazy stat against teams. I don't know. I forget the number, but they want him out.
Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But it's only 2 weeks into the season.
Atlanta fought hard, actually. They seem like they're better than these other teams, but that team stinks. They scored 27 against the Rams on the road. I was impressed by that.
The Rams almost tried to lose that game.
Fine 5 best. Finding a 5th best team is hard right now. I got the Chargers. I know they lost, but I like that team.
By the way, Justin Herbert is day-to-day still, limited at practice.
Eagles number 4. They were 5 last week for me. I moved them up 1 spot based on their performance, so I'm not getting too crazy.
You absolutely should move them up.
Tampa's number 3. Thought their defense looked really good against the Saints. No Kamara, though.
No Kamara.
On the road, though. I'll give them that.
Also, no Mike Evans this week. Chris Godwin is still questionable.
Kansas City, number 2.
That Pat Mahomes is really good.
And then number 1, the Bills. It's hard to argue with that, is it?
No. Is Josh Allen your MVP favorite right
now? Him. Hurts, I guess, is in that conversation. Tua, they're 2-0. So, got to put them in the mix as well. Yeah, it's my Fine 5 Ugly 5. We'll do it again next week. 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. By the way, I want to give a shout-out. Congratulations. Sully, Dave O'Sullivan, had a baby boy today. How about that?
Congratulations.
Congratulations baby boy Sully. Old Sully boy from Glory Days magazine. All right, you can watch live video of our show on our YouTube channel. But right now, I want number 7, caller 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you're entered for a chance to win Eagles Commanders club box seats for Monday Night Football, November 14th at the Link. Eagles, Carson Wentz, Commanders, club box seats. Caller 7, 609-573-3776. Good luck.
Friday on ESPN Radio.
Ronald Acuna Jr. with a bomb.
2 teams hunting for October go head-to-head in a critical showdown. While the Atlanta Braves are fighting for the NL East lead, the Philadelphia Phillies are in a battle for the NL wild card.
Racing over there, Schwarber, did he make the catch? He did. Wow. Oh, my goodness.
The Braves at the Phillies. Listen to Major League Baseball on 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's sports leader.
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
Jersey's home of the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, me too. WENJ HD, Millville, Atlantic City. A town square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Hey, don't forget, tomorrow we'll be live at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City. You can check us out there every Thursday. Stop on out, see the show live. We'll get you ready for Thursday Night Football. It's Cleveland and Pittsburgh tomorrow night. That's your Thursday night game. You can hear it right here on 97.3 ESPN. The PT will be out there with me. Stop out and see us tomorrow night at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City. Of course, if you can't make it, you can always listen to us here on the Sports Bash or watch the show live on our YouTube channel. Go to the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, live video powered by BFA Sports. All right, let's bring Joe Valerio in for another edition of Cup of Joe, former NFL offensive lineman. He is the host of Believe in the Chiefs on the Believe Network, and he is with me here on this Wednesday as we talk a little football, as always, on a Wednesday evening. Joe, what's going on, man?
Mike, how you doing, buddy? I'm just pumped about this Eagles team right now. You know, we've
Hard
been
not
talking
to be, right?
It's hard not to be. We talked about the maturation of Jalen Hurts. We talked about it even after the first preseason game, right? He's done a 180, man. I'm just super excited about what he's doing and the patience. And here's what I really love about this team. There's always going to be adversity, especially in September, right? Because these guys are all learning how to play together. They're going 60, 70 plays in a game, and they haven't done that, since last season. And they're dealing with adversity, in-game adversity, a penalty here, a bad mistake there, but they're dealing with the adversity and they're overcoming it. And I think a lot of that, not to put it all on Jalen, but I think a lot of that is coming off the fact that he's remaining calm, cool, and collected through it. They get a holding call. They make a big first down on third down. They get a holding call. He comes right back, makes a play. They first down, they get a penalty. Now it's 1st and 20, 1st and 15. He makes a play. And they're building on that adversity, which I think is besides the performance of Jalen Hurts and this team as a whole, it's that has me most excited more than the actual performance, because the performances are going to come and go. The skills and the sort of the confidence to overcome that stuff, you can't teach that. And I think that's really what's turning this team around.
Now, Joe, you talked about what you saw from Jalen in the first preseason game. You saw the same thing, and you tweeted at me, at Mike Gill Show. Mike, Jalen's composure has been most impressive. So you said you saw that in that first preseason game. I remember you saying, man, he looks a lot more composed. And I would concur. He looked as polished as could be in that game. But talk about his composure that you saw.
Yeah, I mean, that's, he's in the pocket. He knows he can win a game and he can win a play with his feet. And we all know that, right? We know that he has the ability to do that, but he's not relying on it. He's taking his time, which, sounds kind of counterintuitive for somebody to take their time as it relates to, wanting to be successful on a football field where stuff is happening 1,000 miles an hour. But it's almost as if, Mike, the game is slowing down for him. And I've always said the best quarterbacks, the best players in any sport, forget I've said that about quarterbacks, the best players in any sport see things in slow motion. And that philosophy came to me. This is going to really sound crazy, because how the heck does National Geographic, pertain to the game of football or baseball or soccer or whatever? But I saw this documentary once on insects, and I'm watching bumblebees and mosquitoes and flies. And the reason why it's so hard to kill a fly is because their metabolism is so high that when you swat at them, you're happening in slow motion to them. So I know obviously people are listening on the radio, but the fly sees, whoa, as you're
Well, the
swinging your
people
hand.
watching the video are getting the
That's
visual
true.
of this.
They are
and this
getting
is
the visual.
fantastic. But this might be the best breakdown of a quarterback's play I've ever gotten before.
Right, Mike. That's what we're here on Cup of Joe to do. Show you things in a different way. But that's what great quarterbacks see. Watch them. They see things in slow motion as the pocket is collapsing around them, as receivers are breaking into routes, as they're doing the RPO that Jalen is getting fantastic at, by the way. When I was coaching high school football, for 10 years, we did the Navy triple option, and I used to see that happen with quarterbacks. So the great ones see things in slow motion. And, I saw it very early in Patrick Mahomes' career that the game for him is slowed down. Even though you and I, if we, me as a 53-year-old, ex-player, when I go on a sideline of a football game, guess what? It happens so fast right now. I'm like, I don't even know if I could play this game today, right? Because I'm older. Things are kind of happening at buzz light-year speed around me. But for a young player like a Jalen Hurts or Patrick Mahomes, make that analogy, things seem very slow to them when they're on the field. And it's kind of like that insect or that fly that's getting swatted. They see things coming. And I'm telling you, that is a skill. It's an innate talent, and it's something you can work on, given the confidence that, your coaching staff and the people around you have in you. And I'm seeing that out of Jalen Hurts. So long story long, that's my philosophy on why Jalen Hurts is doing so well. He's seeing things in slow motion, even though they're happening at breakneck speed around us. And a normal person like me and you would see things just whipping by. He's seeing them in real time, which is, I think, really a key factor in his success.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to say, look, we saw that could be the ceiling of his play. You're not getting that every single week. It's just now, can you consistently get approaching your ceiling, right? That's the next step, is can you show the consistency from week in and week out? Not to give you that game every single week, because that's not happening, but can he show consistency? Are there signs pointing to he can consistently be closer to that player than the guy who was a little inconsistent?
Yeah, that's, that to me, that is the factor. The factor that it's more about the way he's approaching the game than his actual performance. Because guess what? He's going to throw a pick at the wrong time. He's going to fumble the ball. He's going to make a bad RPO read. He's going to get a penalty. The teams are going to get penalties. The Eagles are going to get penalties. Like, bad things are going to happen. That's just the cost of doing business in football. But what I'm seeing from him is that ability to overcome those things and to keep playing, because maybe a year ago, parts of his career in college, some of those things might have happened and he would have lost it a little bit, right? He would have tried to take the game on his shoulders and win it for the team. He's just becoming, as cool as the other side of the pillow. And that's what we used to say about Joe Montana. Like, he was as cool as the other side of the pillow. Nothing flustered him. And when you have a quarterback with that kind of confidence in the huddle, I'm telling you, it permeates the whole team, not just the offense. It spreads to the defense. It spreads to the coaching staff, because I haven't been in a huddle with Jalen Hurts, but I'm telling you, I can only imagine being in a huddle with him right now and looking at his eyes as he's calling plays. His team sees a player with extreme confidence, and that's what they have to keep playing on. They've got to keep that confidence going.
Joe Valerio played in the NFL for the Kansas City Chiefs on the offensive line, so I want to get your take on what you saw from the line and how much they attributed to Hurts' play.
Well, yeah, they're doing all the right things. I mean, they're making the blocks where they need to. And here's what the line is doing right now. They are not dictating where anybody's going to go, including Jalen. When they are run blocking, right? I'm seeing this with Miles Sanders a lot, right? What I loved about his game is, a lot of attempts. Jalen ran 11 times, Miles ran 17, right? We got Scott and Gainwell in there for another 6 combined. So obviously they're committed to the run. But what they're doing, Mike, is they are pushing defenders down the field, and they are not dictating where Jalen or where Miles Sanders is going to go. They are not position blocking, so to speak. And I'll give the listeners a visual. So I want you to imagine just a one-on-one block, okay, an offensive guard versus a defensive tackle, and the ball is snapped, and those guys go head to head. They're perfectly lined up in front of each other. When that guard attacks that defensive tackle, what you see a lot of times when you don't have confidence in your running game and you don't have a skilled offensive line. Now, these are just one-on-one blocks. Forget about the zone stuff. The easy way out for an offensive lineman is to turn their butt into the hole. Okay, so imagine like two guys going against each other, and all of a sudden the offensive lineman whips his hips around and he tries to tell the running back where to go. Disaster happens when that goes on. You need offensive linemen who are so confident in the game and in their play that they take that defensive tackle where they want to go. And as that defensive tackle starts to make a play on the running back, they finish the block and they just continue to use that defensive tackle's momentum against himself and then allows the running back two ways to go. And you're not dictating where the running back's going to go. That's what bad running games do. So for the listeners, watch the offensive linemen, and if you start to see linemen turning their butts into the hole to position block, you're going to see average yards per carry go from 4.5 to 5.5 yards per carry down to 3 yards because you're dictating where the back's going to go. It leaves lanes open for linebackers to make plays, and you're going to short circuit your run game. You need offensive linemen that are going to double team and work with each other and take defensive players where they're going to go and let the back choose where he sees the hole and where they want to go. And they're doing it for Jalen with the RPO stuff. They're doing it with Sanders, doing it with Scott Gainwell. Any of the running backs right now have confidence in their game that the hole is going to be where the running back wants it, not where the offensive line wants it. And I'm telling you, that is a key to a solid run game, because what ends up happening, Mike, is then you're pushing the defensive players. I call it blocking the linebackers with the defensive lineman's butt. So you're pushing linemen into the linebackers, and you're creating more lanes for the running back. It's fun stuff to watch. If you really dive into line play, you'll start to really understand when they say the game is one up front. That's why it's one up front, because you're controlling the narrative and giving the running back every option to be successful.
Joe Valerio with me, looking at the NFL in general. You look at, if I were to ask you though, through 2 games you watched Philadelphia, do they have an identity on offense?
Well, balanced, right? I think it's balanced with an absolute confidence in the run game, which is huge, right? Just look at the targets, the targeting that went on, and everybody was talking about Devonta, not getting targeted in the first game, and then look what they did. They came out with 7 targets. He was 7 for 7, 80 yards. What a beautiful game. Goddard, 6 targets, 5 receptions, 82 yards. Right? Quez, couple of targets, 2 receptions. I mean, think about that, like from a targeting and how many balls these guys are catching now. A.J. Brown's a big dude. He's going to get double covered, but still, they were able to eke out, another 69 yards and 5 receptions for him with a nice 23-yard long gain, right? I mean, it's amazing how balanced this team has become. They've got the RPO humming right now. They've got linebackers that don't know whether Jalen's going to press the line of scrimmage, dump the ball, or he's going to continue to run. Puts a lot of pressure on that middle coverage, right? And that's why you're seeing – you're not seeing a lot of bombs out of this receiving core. Quez had the big 53-yard reception, but like you're looking at when you look at the stats, I love to look at stats to tell me about the game without even you don't even have to watch the game to tell you about how that game worked out against the Vikings, right? You're looking at no other than the Quez Watkins 53, no other receiver had a reception longer than 24 yards. So what that's telling me is they're using the run game to expand the middle of the field in the passing game. And they're killing teams with the what I call the mid-range passing game, right? The 10 to 15 to 20-yard passing game. You're not going for the deep bomb every play, trying to make something crazy happen. You're just chipping away and you're spreading the ball around. You got defenses that are in a quagmire of what Jalen's going to do. Is he going to hand it off? Is he going to run it? Is he going to throw a great pass? I'm telling you, this team it's balanced. I guess balance would be the long answer to a short question, Mike.
Hey, Joe, you played the offensive line in the league. The first question, team wins, they look good. First question Nick Sirianni gets today is, was it nitpicking the ineligible man downfield? You played offensive line. Kind of give us some insight on that. What you saw. How is that on the coaches? Do you blame the coach? People say, oh, the team's undisciplined. How do you get 3 of those penalties in one game? When you see an eligible man downfield as a guy who played offensive line, give us some thoughts on what do you see, or what's your thought when you see a team get that penalty 3 times in one game?
I'm not gonna blame the Eagles on that. I'm not gonna blame the line. I'm not gonna blame the coaching staff. Look, I don't want to give the easy answer and pass the buck or sweep it under the rug. I think what it is, Mike, to be honest, is it's a lack of the officiating and the rules keeping up with the way the game is changing. And I just think maybe we're at a little bit of a crossroad right now with the RPO style, the athleticism of quarterbacks being able to get downfield. I think we've got to come up with a way, and that rules committee is going to have to come up with a way this offseason to look at those type of things. Because I'm seeing it in more than just the Eagles game. I'm seeing it across the board.
They've had 11 illegal men downfield in 2 years. That was the number that was given to Sirianni today.
Yeah, I think it's the effect of the way the game is changing. Because look, it's hard. It's hard. You're trying to block a 350-pound defensive tackle, and you're trying to put some offensive firepower into your arsenal by doing option plays, pressing the line of scrimmage. If the NFL wants to see fireworks out there offensively, and they want people to keep coming to the stadiums and keep rooting and buying jerseys, then they're going to have to look at the way the game is evolving. With these quarterbacks, there's more and more of them. Yes, 5-10 years ago, when the Tom Brady type quarterbacks dominated, the Steve Youngs, the Joe Montanas, the Dan Marinos, I'll throw some old school QBs in there, the Peyton Mannings, the Brett Favres. Yeah, they were mobile. Of course, they're great athletes, but come on. You knew where they were going to be as an offensive lineman. You don't know where these guys are going to be. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, right? You don't know where these guys are going to end up.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray, right? To name a few. So I think I got to put the onus on the NFL to come up with a way to lax.
That's interesting because, Joe, the next question was, in an RPO, how does the lineman know whether the quarterback is throwing the ball? And Sirianni said, I think this might probably be more information than I want to give out.
Exactly.
But it kind of goes to what you're saying is, well, sometimes they don't really know. I guess, how do you know that he handed it off? How do you know that he didn't hand it off? That is a interesting dynamic.
You don't. I don't. Look, come on. We had a couple of play action. Passings back in the Chiefs days when we were smash mouth football, and we went more to the West Coast offense during the later part of my career when Montana came along to Kansas City. But you don't know. It's so hard. You're operating in a 7-foot box, right? Tackle to tackle. How the heck do you know when you're 320 pounds and you're the size of Lane Johnson? How the heck do you know how far down 2 yards is? Right, 3 yards, whatever it's like. You can't.
It's a tough dynamic, though, right? It's a tough
What's
dynamic.
That?
It's a tough dynamic, I guess.
It is.
Like by saying, "Hey, let the lineman go down the field 5 yards." I mean,
right? Because then you're putting a huge amount of pressure on the defense, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because when you see Lane Johnson 5 yards down the field, you're like, oh my God, I guess they're running. So then linebackers are gonna come up. I mean, that was always the fine line that when we ran a lot of play action my first couple of years in Kansas City, because we had Christian Okoye, right? And the guy was, Tecmo Bowl. If anybody played that game, like you knew Christian Okoye, he was going to run the ball 40 times in a game, right? And, we knew exactly how far down the field we needed to go to create a little bit of a run look to get those running backs or get the linebackers up on the running back, right? To fake that. But you're right. If I'm running downfield 5 yards, linebackers are definitely going to come up, right? So there is going to be a fine line. about whether or not they do it. But look, if the NFL wants to see this game change dynamically, they might have to come up with some different rules or a way to make that call a little bit differently. Because it's really hard, Mike. It's really hard. I'm not just defending all my fools, right? The fraternal order of offensive linemen. I sound like I'm defending them. It's really, really hard to tell, and you don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, Joe Valerio played in the NFL offensive line, so really good breakdown. I think it was really interesting. Somebody actually texted in, same thing. He said, "I think the issues are because of the RPO." So the listeners, smart answer there. These linemen basically have to guess if you're going to run or pass. So we'll see how that evolves and if the NFL does take notice of that, if there's a lot of these around the league. Last one I want to get your take on with this Eagles team anyway. Nick Sirianni says, I don't know what Jalen Hurts' ceiling is yet. I just continue to see him get better. Do you think that there is more to Jalen Hurts' game?
Well, that's a loaded question because I think right now he is showing us all aspects of it, right? He's showing that he can do it with his arm. He's accurate. He's making good choices. He's at the top of his game from a running perspective. I think he can, I think he's showing us everything he has. Now it's just a matter of making sure he has the weapons to, do all of that. Because that's where I think teams fall off the wagon, right? You think about the teams that, of course I got to go back to Joe Montana, right? Because he was one of the last of the kind of dynasty quarterbacks, right? You had Brady, you had Montana, a little bit of Peyton Manning in there, but there was nobody like Joe Montana who took good athleticism. Look, Joe Montana would be the first guy to tell you, while he was a good basketball player and a good baseball player, he wasn't the most physically imposing guy in the world. He didn't have the best arm in the world. He had weapons. And, if you look, I still think he's the GOAT. You take him out of the 49ers, right, and you put him on a mediocre team, I don't know. Does he, he doesn't have Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Rathman and Dwight Clark and great tight ends and all these different weapons, Roger Craig, you got to give teams weapons. So I think Jalen's ceiling is going to be limited by the talent that Sirianni continues to put around him. And I think I'm standing by it. I know we didn't have the blowout week he had in week one. I'm still under the impression I will go to the hill on this one, Mike. I think A.J. Brown is the best pickup in the offseason in the entire NFL for the impact that he is going to have on this team in many ways, not just his number of targets and receptions, in so many ways. He's the best thing the NFL or the Eagles did, and it takes the cake for the entire NFL, my opinion.
He certainly has made a big impact through these first two games, and we'll see how this offense continues to evolve with A.J. Brown. Joe Valerio spent plenty of time in the NFL. We love talking about it with him. It goes by so fast. Another edition of Cup of Joe is in the books. Check out Believe in the Chiefs if you're a Chiefs fan out there, if you just like Joe's breakdowns. And, of course, he'll be back on Wednesday night right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Joe, thanks so much, man.
Thanks so much, Mike. Have a great week. Go Birds.
All right. Joe will be back next week right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We appreciate him as always. And you can follow Joe on Twitter at Joe Valerio 73. That's his number. Joe scored a bunch of touchdowns in his career with the number 73. Probably more touchdowns than any other player in the history of the NFL wearing 73. How about that? Probably can't take that away from him. All right, coming up, we'll talk NFC East. Geoff Kerr is the host of Good Morning NFC East, and he joins us coming up on the other side. Don't forget, got another chance for you to qualify to win Eagles, Washington club box seats. We'll do another round of qualifiers this hour. But Geoff Kerr going to talk a little NFC East, little Giants, little Commanders, little Cowboys, little Birds on the other side with the host of Good Morning NFC East, Geoff Kerr. He joins us next right here on the Sports Bash.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
93 ESPN.
5:31 on the Sports Bash. What's up, everybody? Mike Gill with you. Got another chance for you to qualify to win those Eagles Commanders tickets coming this hour. Listen to enter to win Eagles Commanders Club Box tickets. Enter every hour on the Sports Bash. Your last chance to enter is coming up this hour. We'll be live at Garden State Beer Company on October 28th. All of our qualifiers must be there. One lucky winner walks away with a pair of tickets to see the Eagles Commanders Club Box seats. One or another person this hour on the Sports Bash. All right, Jeff Kerr, he is the host of Good Morning NFC East, and he's a writer, covers the NFL for CBS Sports, and he joins us now for a little Good Evening NFC East. We'll talk a little NFC East with Jeff. What's up, Jeffrey? How are you, sir?
I'll tell you what, Mike, I'm still catching up on sleep from the Monday night game and the quick turnaround Tuesday. It's I don't know how we pulled it off yesterday.
Well, we did it. We got it done. We've got those games kind of in the rear view already. I mean, we're kind of already bouncing ahead to the next week, so I want to start with that. But we got a couple. Well, actually, you wrote a piece over at CBS Sports about the 2-0 teams, the 0-2 teams. So let's kind of get your thoughts on the 2-0 teams. There are 6 2-0 teams in the NFL. One of them is in the NFC East. That's the Eagles. Bills, Chiefs, Bucks, Eagles, Dolphins, and the Giants. So of the 2-0 teams, who are you feeling good about?
Well, really, most of them, honestly, Mike. The Bucks have the best defense in the league, and Tom Brady's their quarterback. I know they don't have Rob Gronkowski. I know they're having red zone issues. They're not scoring a lot, but 2-0 is 2-0, and I think they've beaten 2 really good defenses in the Dallas Cowboys and the New Orleans Saints. So I think they're going to be in the mix. Kansas City's got an injury in Patrick Mahomes, enough said. Buffalo's the best team in the league. They got Josh Allen. That team is just absolutely loaded. Miami's the surprising one because I didn't think they'd beat Baltimore, but Tua Tagovailoa looks really good. That offense looks explosive. I think they're going to be in there for the long haul, especially with how the AFC West is playing out. The Philadelphia Eagles, I think they're going to be in it too because they have a weak schedule and they're a really good team. It's a good roster. And then you got the Giants, and I don't know about that, Mike. I think they're going to be in it longer than a lot of people think because of their schedule, but they play hard. They play tough, so I'm not going to rule them out yet.
You got a bunch of teams that are 0-2, and one of them is the defending AFC champs. So of all the 0-2 teams, specifically that Bengals team, how many of them can turn their season around?
Well, the Bengals got a really tough schedule. I think the Bengals can fix what their problems are. Maybe not necessarily their offensive line, but they can help Joe Burrow out. They can create quicker passes for him. They can use the short pass. They don't have to go for the trunk plays all the time. Remember, that was the issue with Andy Reid his last couple of years with the Eagles. They were always going for the 30, 40, 50-yard pass, and it always seemed to backfire on them. They always seemed to trail by a lot, and then they came back. That feels like what the Bengals are doing now. And Joe Burrow's got to help this team out by not holding on to the ball too long. They got to get the running game going a bit. The weapons are there, Mike. And I know they played 2 really good defenses in Pittsburgh and Dallas, but the Bengals didn't help themselves in either of those games. And they only lost by a field goal in both, a walk-off field goal, let me remind you. So I think they got a shot.
Yeah. All right. Inside those 2-0 teams, the 0-2 teams, there's 5 0-2 teams, by the way. So how many of them can turn their season around? Of those 0-2 teams, I guess the Bengals, are they the only one we're kind of feeling? Cincinnati, Tennessee, by the way, won 13 games last year. The Raiders, too. I mean, they made the playoffs last year, but Tennessee 0-2 after 13 wins last season. Are we writing Tennessee off?
They look like a team that's on a free fall, Mike. Their loss to the Giants is unacceptable. Unacceptable, inexcusable. They needed to beat the Giants. And so they could go into Buffalo feeling a little bit better about themselves, but Buffalo just blew them out of the water. So now they're 0-2. I guess we could say they have a shot because the AFC South is god-awful, and they get to play the Houston Texans twice. They get to play the Indianapolis Colts twice, which they seem to do pretty well against. The Colts look terrible, by the way. I mean, Jacksonville may be in the AFC South one because that division is terrible. But overall, I'm not going to rule Tennessee out because of their division. The Raiders, though, they need to get off the schneid quick because the AFC is really good and their division's really good. They got to figure it out fast.
All right, let's get a couple quick thoughts. We'll dive deeper into the games. But you got two NFC East teams facing off, Giants and Cowboys. Giants can get to 3-0. If Dallas wins, they're 2-1. Who do you think this game is more important for? Giants in terms of, hey, we get to 3-0, the mental of, okay, we have turned the corner in terms of where we've been and what we are now. Or do you think Dallas needs this game more without Dak Prescott?
I think there's more pressure on the Cowboys to win this game because they beat the Bengals, and now they're playing the lowly Giants in MetLife. And Mike, doesn't it feel like a classic Monday Night Football game now with, why don't we just play the music, bang the helmets, Frank Gifford, Al Michaels, Dan Dierdorf, classic NFC East Monday Night Football game. There's a lot at stake here for the Dallas Cowboys. They need this game. Look, their schedule, it's not easy, and because they are a first place team. So I think Dallas needs this game more than the Giants. I still think the Giants could be okay if they lose this game because they do have the Chicago Bears coming up. But if New York finds a way to win this game with everything that is going on there, especially with the Kenny Golladay situation right now, they could potentially be looking at 4-0. And then you got to say, hold on a second, are these guys going to be a player now?
Hey, if the Giants win this game, they're 3-0. I don't want to say it puts the pressure on the Eagles a little bit, but Philadelphia's playing Washington, and obviously it's a long season, but you got, a Giant team that if they're 3-0 and you get a loss, now you're kind of playing behind them. And I know you don't play the Giants until a little bit later on in the season. I think the Eagles and Giants meet twice, but both late. They play the Giants the last week of the season, yeah, and then in December. So they don't play the Giants until late in the season. But, yeah, that one's very interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see, like, if you're for real, the Giants are for real. This is the kind of game in the division early that you kind of say, okay, we've won 2. We're playing a division game. We got to get this game.
This is a statement game for the Giants, too, because look at the teams they played. They played Carolina, who's 0-2, and they played Tennessee, who's 0-2. The Tennessee win was a good win for them, considering the optics going into week 1. But Tennessee looks like they're a bad football team. Carolina is a bad football team. They haven't gotten any better. So I'm looking at it as, okay, this is your chance to prove you belong in this NFC East race. And if you're Dallas right now, you're thinking, man, Washington could beat Philly. If we can go in there and beat the Giants, everybody's going to be 2-1. And then all of a sudden, hey, we didn't lose anything without Dak Prescott. And then you might get Dak Prescott back in a week or two. Considering how crazy Jerry Jones is, that just might happen. It's, you're Dallas, you might be in really good shape after this week.
Washington, Philadelphia, obviously we'll dive deeper into this game on Friday. But the initial thought here is, Philadelphia, after that, everyone's talking about you. Everybody's kind of been highlighting them this week. This is the kind of game that you can show, hey, we've got the attention, and now we're going to show, we're going to further that. You lose this week in the division, you lose a lot of momentum.
Yeah, you do. And look, the Eagles have a chance to basically give themselves a 2-game lead on the Commanders, and the Giants have a chance to give themselves a 2-game lead on the Cowboys. I think any Eagles fan right now would want a 2-horse race between them and the Giants, because eventually the Giants are going to play some tough teams. They have an easy schedule, but they're going to play some tough teams down the line, and I don't know if they're equipped to handle them. I think the Eagles are, and look, I was looking at the Eagles schedule today, just for the heck of it. They don't play anybody for a while. It's
Josh, Geoff, we talked about this yesterday. I don't know the next time they're going to be an underdog. I mean, they may be an underdog against Arizona because it's a road game, but if they win this week and Arizona loses,
I got the Rams, right?
Right, and Philadelphia plays Jacksonville. Let's say Philadelphia wins their next 2, going to Arizona, and Arizona splits. Even then, they might be a home dog, Arizona. So I don't know when the next time Philadelphia is going to be an underdog the rest of the season.
I actually thought, I got to remember how I did my season predictions, but I think I had them losing in Arizona back in May or June when
Hey, they might lose the game. They might lose games where they're favored. I just don't know that they're going to be an underdog in any of these games.
Yeah, you're right. When's the first time the Eagles are going to be an underdog if you look at this schedule? When?
I legitimately, I'll look, they're not going to be an underdog. They're not an underdog this week, right? I haven't seen the line yet, but I don't think so. They're not going to be an underdog at home against Jacksonville. maybe at Arizona. I would doubt they're an underdog at home against Dallas. I would doubt they're an underdog against Pittsburgh at home.
On the bye
I would come off a bye. I would doubt on the road at Houston they're not going to be a dog. Home against Washington on a Monday night, no. At Indianapolis,
no.
Home against Green Bay.
Yes, I think that's.
You think
one.
so?
I think that'll be the one because
mean, if both, but if the Eagles, let's say that portion of the schedule I just gave you, what do they lose? One of those games, maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's the thing. Like, I think they'll lose a game they shouldn't. But you're right. Like,
you think the odds makers are going to make that a team that could be? What week do they play? They play Green Bay.
12, right? That sound right?
I had the schedule with the weeks in front of me, and I got a new setup in here, and it's all got me all messed up. What do I got here?
Stuff, by the way.
Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, we maybe a couple changes. Week 12. I don't know, what could they be? There's a bye in there, so they might be what, 9-2?
Yeah, I think that's possible.
8-3, 8-3, 7. Even if they're 7-4, you think they're going to be a home dog?
If they're favored, I'll say this: they'll want you to take the bait and pick the Packers.
Fine, but again, if they're 7-4, you think they're going to be a home dog?
It depends what the Packers are. I think the Packers are going to be fine, but Aaron Rodgers just torches the Eagles, no matter how good or bad. The problem is, when was the last time the Eagles faced Aaron Rodgers and they were really, really good?
They played Aaron Rodgers a couple years ago and beat him on a Thursday night, didn't they?
Yeah, but that team wasn't really, really good.
In Green Bay.
Yeah, that team wasn't really, really good, though. I'm talking about like a legitimate championship contender, maybe 2010.
Yeah, he was hurt a couple times. Scott Tolzien
played
a game.
Tolzien, yeah. What was it? Remember the Brandon Brooks debacle in 2016? They weren't good, and you thought maybe they'd have a shot, and then Brandon Brooks had the whole the mental health thing, and he couldn't play, and Aaron Rodgers just torched him. I can't remember the last time Aaron Rodgers lost in the Link, if he's ever lost in the Link.
Well, listen, Green Bay, maybe. I don't see the Eagles being a home dog. It's a night game, by the way. It's an NBC game. Tennessee in Philadelphia.
No.
At New York.
No.
At Chicago.
No.
At Dallas. Maybe.
Yes. I depending on where Dallas is, I still think they're going to be in. But yeah, I think that'd be the one.
All right, at Dallas, and then home against the Saints and home against the Giants.
No. Right. You're right. Like, when is this going to happen? If it happens,
I don't know, man. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports. Check out his piece on the 2-0 and 0-2 teams on how he feels about the 6 2-0s, the 5 0-2s. That's over at CBSSports.com. And wake up with Jeff tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for Good Morning NFC East on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. And if you were really ambitious, you would have saw me on there twice this week. I got the call. I came out of the bullpen on Tuesday.
Yeah, you know what? My starting quarterback went down, and Mike filled in.
I was Scott Tolzien.
I think you're more of a Matt Flynn. You performed under pressure very well. Nick
Foles, listen, I'm usually awake at that time, so if you need me, I'm right there for you.
Yeah, it was so funny, too, because you sent me a DM at like 6 in the morning. I'm like, whoa, Mike's up. Okay, boom.
Well, somebody put in a request to have you on the air on their station. I wanted to, because I remember seeing it, and then I was like, I got to get this to Jeff. I don't know why they reached out to me. What am I, your agent?
I guess I don't know. So, Mike, this is a really funny story. So I didn't go to bed that whole night. I think I slept maybe a half an hour. And thank God you woke me up, by the way, because I thought I was going to miss the show because I didn't set my alarm. I just kind of fell asleep. And then, it was funny. Everybody's like, who's your guest? Who's your guest? I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, oh, Mike Gill's my guest.
There you go. Well, here I am. So, by the way, did you ever connect with those guys?
I did not. No, I'll tell you what, Mike, yesterday was absolutely crazy. So I had to write one thing about each team for week 2. And that's usually done by Tuesday morning. But obviously with the Monday Night Football game, couldn't do it. So I got a little extension on that. No problem. Then I had to write the 2-0, 0-2 for Wednesday. Did that, slept in between. I took so many different sleeping things just to catch up. And yeah, just catch up on my sleep. And then, after that, I'm like, I just kind of turned off the phone. I just went away from reality for a bit.
Yeah. All right. Well, good morning, NFC East, tomorrow morning at 7 if Geoff wakes up.
Oh, I'll be up tomorrow, Mike. I'm back on normal schedule. Thanks for having me on again, buddy.
All right, buddy. Geoff Kerr, CBS Sports. Good morning, NFC East. We talk NFC East Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays with Geoff here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And don't forget, live video streaming on our YouTube channel, 97.3 ESPN. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Now, powered by our friends at BFA Sports, they're providing and producing all the video. Now, people ask me about the video all the time. Can I watch the video here? Can I get the YouTube channel? You can watch it on our website. You can watch it on the app. You can cast it over to your television. If you have a smart TV, just go to the YouTube app on your television and search 973 ESPN or BFA Live Sports. You can watch us on either feed. It's pretty easy to do. Now, don't forget the mobile app because we got the ZZ Top tickets. If you have the app, download the app, and you can enter to win ZZ Top tickets thanks to our friends at Ocean Casino Resort. They're playing at Ovation Hall on Friday, October 21st. ZZ Top is in Atlantic City, and you can be there. Listen for your chance. Or, excuse me, I'll announce the winners on Friday, but you don't need to do anything more than just go to the app and enter. It's very easy. All right? All right, what do I got coming up? The end of the show. That's what I got coming up. Oh, my gosh, this day is flying by. We'll close out the show. Coming up next, Dave Weinberg is on with Josh tonight in Game Night at 6:20.
Our love for sports is what makes us different from any other station in South Jersey.
Oh, yeah!
Number one for live sports and sports talk. 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
This
The Claridge Hotel has been around for a number of years. Here at Park Place and the world-famous Atlantic City Boardwalk, just steps away from the beach. So we've had a number of people come through our doors, each with their own style and taste, which is why they chose the Claridge to take their visit to new heights. Book your getaway today at Claridge.com.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.
back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, get ready to wrap up the show. Don't forget, tomorrow we're live at Chickies and Pete's. You can stop on out and see the show live on location. Chickies and Pete's, Tropicana, Atlantic City. Every Thursday, we're at Chickies and Pete's, so we'll be there tomorrow. Pete Thompson will join me for the full show, and we'll talk a little Eagles, Commanders, NFL. We got the Thursday night game tomorrow. Pittsburgh and Cleveland is the game tomorrow night. Phillies and Blue Jays tonight. Wheeler, looks like Wheeler's only going to go a couple innings in this one. So they got him piggybacked with Noah Syndergaard tonight. So that's your Phillies tidbits there. I watched the Phillies a little bit last night. That game was just miserable to watch. You watch any?
I watched the Phillies game. I thought you were watching The Bachelorette.
I did. I watched Phillies up until 8 o'clock. Actually, a little bit after 8. We'll usually like an hour,
Okay.
so we can kind of fast forward through everything.
So, was The Bachelorette better than you thought, worse than you thought?
It was painful. 3 hours, painful,
insufferable. You're saying?
Oh God, it was. Thank God it's over.
Wow.
Yeah. The one girl ended up getting engaged and then broke it off because the guy ended up cheating on her in the interim.
Oh, good grief.
And then he came to say he was sorry. It was his fault. It was terrible television.
Of course it was his fault.
It was terrible television. Terrible. And then
it sounds like you lost brain cells watching.
I did. And then the other girl ended up getting engaged, but then there was a whole thing that he was dating somebody before he came on the show, and then he had sent her text messages that got leaked that said he didn't think the show was real. He was only going on to try to get some notoriety, and here he ends up getting married.
You're a dumpster fire.
Yeah, and then the new guy for The Bachelor, he got announced, and then they had the girls coming to meet him on. It was terrible. Hey, I need caller 7 to end this show. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 7, you're entered to win Eagles Commanders club box seats. Be caller 7 right now. Good luck.
This is the radio home for Philadelphia Eagles football. The Eagles continue the 2022 season this Sunday in Washington against the Commanders.
He is going deep for Quez Watkins, who has it, goes in for the touchdown. The split to Quez Watkins.
Pre-game coverage starts at noon with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick calling all the action starting at 1 p.m. This is where the Philadelphia Eagles play. 97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's official Eagles station.
We live in a community that cares. We make sure everyone eats, everyone plays, everyone stays warm, and everyone is protected. We support our youth in organizations that teach the value of community and self-worth. We make strides against breast cancer every day. Together, in this community, we make a difference. RK Chevrolet, RK Kia, and RK Subaru, proudly serving our community since 1982.
When it comes to taking care of your physical wellness, maintaining good health of your bones and muscles, you want a team of doctors you can trust and who hold themselves to the highest standards. At Premier Orthopedic Associates, we believe that you should live life at your best. Our team of non-operative and operative orthopedic specialists strive for the highest standards, exceptional outcomes, and happiest patients. Come and experience the Premier difference.
The Claridge is the best destination to stay and play on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Just steps away from the ocean, the Claridge has it all. The city's ultimate rooftop bar, wonderful restaurants, classic guest rooms with ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and 100,000 square feet of banquet and convention space for events and the wedding of your dreams. Book at Claridge.com for the best rates and find the best package for your stay. Discover all the Claridge has to offer.